So I said it might take 5 minutes or so. It took an hour. Oh, half an hour. But what you didn't know, because you haven't been watching my whereabouts for the last hours or so, is that I've been trying to get to this streaming activity for the best part of the evening. So only took me how many hours? 4 or 5 or so. Not full hours like that I'd spend only doing this, but it wouldn't be much of a stretch to claim that it took me quite some time to be in this position where I currently am in. So welcome to witness this. In the after the previous stream that we shared with you a few weeks ago, we have finally managed to build this really neat on-screen chat. Let's see if that works. That now shows my not too shabby testing messages, but please feel free to fill in yours if you happen to have anything to add. On the other hand, if you don't, then that only goes to show that you are in a good position with your life, I reckon, because this is mostly reserved for people who have trouble, be it due to loneliness or whatnot in their lives. So please utilize the chat with that forward in mind. Oh, that's a help message, okay. I was curious because now that I have this really neat setup that I should have streamed all the preparations, but now you're just going to have to take my word for that as well, because we have finally set ourselves a really neat set of keyboard shortcuts that we are going to try to use and get used to as well. We tried that last time, but it was a bit inconsistent, perhaps is inconsistent. Now I'm not going to brag before it works, and it's of course not my style in any case. But we have found ourselves in ways of improving. One being this Black Forest. One being this utilizing shortcuts, trying to be more efficient with our hands and brains too. And I'm trying to keep in mind, although this is a bit like off-game thing to do, but still, that if I'm ever forced to move my secondary hand, being left hand in this case, then from this very neat position from the keyboard, then there's something that could be optimized. Well, alright. Then, and only after that, we will Portuguese against Slavs. So how was it? Like this? Okay. And only after this will we... That was one of the moments where we could have tried to optimize a bit. Well... so in any case, eventually the dream is that, thank you Trabuco for the good luck, have fun as well. So the goal would be to be able to focus on the game matters. I'm trying to get better with that. Once we are in a position, we have much more else to do and push the deer. Perhaps not. But that's the idea behind our training schedule for the next 5 years. Try to find nice shortcuts and make it easier for us to play faster, and then after we are there, then finally we are going to study all the different civilizations and how they could serve our... No, let's see. Serve us in the best manner possible. Perhaps we could try to go there. Well, this is really odd being back to the game after quite some time without playing a single game. Well, okay. Yes. It was still very good. Some idle time, we can't obviously avoid that, being at this level. And let's see, also streaming wise, one of the things we are trying to pull off in the next year is to get some sort of alarm or alert or something to let us know that there's something happening, like stream wise, that might be of interest to us as well. So our opponent is probably over there. We could chop through the forests. I don't know if they have walled already, perhaps they have. Oops, some idle time, but of course can't be avoided. As mentioned before. And I also don't have clear plan for us as of yet. But perhaps it will come to us. Right, houses, right. Okay, so instead of doing that, we will... Well, that was a wrong decision. But not hugely wrong decision. We'll just try to get up fast. 15 up on Black Forest. That's the play. You heard it from here first. So there's probably a wall over there. If they play this in the standard fashion, they just laugh, so they would get the farming benefits. Yes. Walls. So perhaps we could try to cut our way through from there. And let's try to get through. Alright, yes. So a long game is to be expected. But who knows? We could try to get... Ooh! What's this? Oh, and what's this? Luckily we have loom, but it's no match against player this or boar this clever. Almost shot that with what we had, luckily. No problems there. And then you go back there and you go there. Right. Do they have a second layer prepared already is the question. Could we try to go in with just few units, perhaps? Mind you, we are playing at a rather low level. So we are through. Let's see if we can kill that. Perhaps we can. We are in no hurry, so one villager down. And then few boars down too. Right, and in we go. Quick walling, what's this? Nice. And what should we do now? We should of course try to do some fishing, yes. And then few farms. Well, we don't care too much about that. We're so close. Now they've lost a few. Albeit just a few units. So we have probably lost quite much more than them. But then what should we do? Well, let's build a house and see what we do from there. And we could try to see if there's something clever happening near to our premises. Few fishing boats. They are probably quite fast getting to Castle Age now. Oh, it shouldn't take too long for them to reach the Castle Age. If they know how to play the game, that is. So where are they? Oh, they're there? Huh. So I invaded the... Oops. The wrong direction. Oopsie. Well, that happens. Show me someone who hasn't been... or hasn't done the similar mistake that we just did. Of course it felt... Oh, so we lost the villager. well, well, no, that happens. So that, and then that, and this. And then we shall do that. Alright, so let's try again. So I wouldn't claim that I'm rusty, it's that other people are. Alright. Well, at least they're using resources there. And then we will be... Or currently we are holding a quite nice area to ourselves. So that's good. Few fishing boats. And starting to feel a bit anxious perhaps. So how should we carry on from here? More farmers. And then with all the newly found houses and farms and whatnots. So we still have a score lead, albeit only slightly. But it's probably thanks to the fact that they are cornered. Good for us. But if they had been able to keep us out from here, then it would have taken quite some time to realize that they are actually on the left hand side. So that's fun. And it seems that I was a bit off expecting them to be up already. What well happens. Few extra fishing boats. So they have a lake. Oh yeah, because they have the stones there. So I should have known right from the get-go. Well, live, learn, all those things. So few towers, alright. We should be able to get through from the forest, and we are already not up, but getting there. Right. So what do we expect from Slavs? Cavalry, presumably. I don't think we will want to hide behind the walls, despite the fact that we could. So let's just create a few few supportive units. Right, this is a very good idea, of course. And how do you do here? Not bad, but not great either. please. Yes, easily. But yeah, so their idea might be to just play time and then try to... Oops. And then try to overwhelm us. Let's see if this works. Oh, yes. Which is quite possible strategy. I don't know why it couldn't work, so... So perhaps it just might. And now there's little reason to try to get through any forests. So what now? So gold miners we have. Perhaps we could try to upgrade the armor for the few knights that we have, and then... Oh no. So you go there and you run away. Alright. And this means that we will build this. Oh. So where is that gather point? What's there? Dun 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 dun. Can we still sneak past? Oh. Let's help you out. Sorry, Mr. Knight. It's been a rough day. Da 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 da. They might be getting through from there. Do, 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 do. Oh. Well, good for them, of course. Bad for us. And then let's try again. And we should be going up, but for some reason we are still lacking some useful buildings. So let's start with that. To try repairing ballistics, why not? Although Oh no. Slow to react. Alright. Well, the good thing is that we should have very many more people than we currently have. Oh no, the knight. So we have lost a few units here and there. That shouldn't be a biggie. I'm not too good when it comes to this later game. Right, so wasting units here and there. So later game. Black Forest. Oh, so there's a castle. That's nice. One. Ooh. Then panic ensues. Let's see if we can go through the walls now. Oops. Oopsie. Well, losing a few units here and there only does good things to our population at large. And then there's a castle. And do we care about that? Eventually we should, of course, but right now let's just upgrade our choice of units. Probably try to get through them. Oops, up there. And then there's this university, and we could try to get some extra ranges and all the other things. Farmers. Oh, quick farms. To the rescue. And then we should be good to go, basically. Well, they shouldn't be able to leave there. So what's the stable then? The security of their base. For too long, at least. Oops. So no ballistics as of yet, at least. Well, I didn't realize that they were already up. But let's target the possible first. Some extra. Right. And then stables. Extra range, why not? So they have boyars. Alright. Nice units, of course, and we might need something stronger than what we currently have to overcome that. Luckily we have some units still in place. Oh boyars! Radier is on its way, but still some way away. As well, you could go out and you as well. So that's their strategy, it seems. And does it look bad? Well, yes, but not for long. Of course, because we still have means to produce if only we keep on producing. Carry on. We just have to regroup. And yes, well, we have lost a few units here and there, but nothing too major. Just need a new castle here. And then you go back there, you go back to the fields. All wherever. Oh no, but we... It seems lost despite all the work that we put, all the effort and so forth. Wasn't enough in the end. But since we still have resources, it's probably correct attempt to carry on playing for some extra time. So offensive castle. There's... Alright. GG, well played. So the only thing we had to do was to give them early what's the word? Early pressure. And that was probably that. A nice base they have. Should have taken them more seriously. That's the usual problem. So, wait, so they weren't Slavs then? Hold on. So their eco was way better. Well, we had a solid... Or like our end game was lacking. so the push died because of that. I think we should have focused on building more eco ourselves. But let's see, so just verify really quickly that everything is in order. Well, more or less. So let's see if this magic works as well. It does, it just looks odd, but that's probably due to me more than anything. Alright, so fast forward. So they had this really nice volleyball map. Took me a while to realize this. And then they went on to look for extra stuff. So they probably... Ooh, so they were hiding the... Yes, for a surprise attack later on. And we were close to find that out, but we didn't. But it seems that Trabuco knew how to play the game, because having a forward was in our books as well. And what I was about to check was the... Alright, so I mixed Slavs with Poles. So that's what happens when you just focus on your shortcuts or keyboard thingies for too long. Because I was expecting them to build farms and then perhaps do some light cavalry play. I didn't expect to face. I could have seen this. Nice. And perhaps it would have made sense to pressure them with tower, for example. So Slavs have the farming bonus, but they also have this neat boyar. Because the only thing we should have done was to hold for them to outrun the resources, and this was the backup plan that they had in place in case the initial push would have failed. Like if we had 5 layers of walls here or something like that, then they could have surprised us. We had a little sad macro here, or micro. Our macro is also, like, we are 10 villages behind already, so we could have used some more farms, for example. But this is a very arena type of game, in a sense that if a player knows how to play the game, like this was really important, this castle here, but then we lost the units afterwards. So it went up in any case. We should have focused on getting stone for ourselves too, so that we could have built a pressurizing castle here. But so if one gets to play to their strengths, so now we are more or less even. Like the eco is probably better because Slav's farming bonus, but where do I get the stats? And because we have been like running in and out, but well, it's a very, very small difference. And we could probably have built this trickle down, those Portuguese buildings in any case, to give us like as a way to utilize pop space that we had. But so far, so our eco is more or less even. I'm just not producing constant like, well, I'm producing constantly. And this push was fine-ish, but we should have had units behind this too, because now we have lost the game. And now they are still adding villages. So we were probably quite even, like, playing skill-wise. And then here's the light cavalry push, probably waiting to happen. That was not needed in the end, but that was timed to match with this. Alright. But of course, if the player expects a generic Black Forest game, then perhaps what we should have done would have been a huge layer of walls, or at least few layers of walls, so they could have spent their army, or we would have had more back and forth with our armies in the front line. And then this push from the back would have been the surprising move for them to save the game, or to save the day. But since we are not too fond of doing that slower approach, instead we are trying to improve our speed, that was not going to happen. So we were slightly slower to the castle age, perhaps due to the army, and some neglects here and there too, and then slightly faster to Imperial Age, but we didn't really utilize that too well. Alright. Back to the game. But it's a very solid start after all this. After all these breaks. So we have Valley. I haven't played that. I've seen some tournament games. Mega Random Arabia Black Forest. Yes, Isthmus is also a new one. Arena, of course, and Nomad. So Isthmus is like, what was it, 4 corners. The map with 4 lakes, but the lakes are bigger, so, and that's probably wallable. That narrow strip where the opponent is. Don't know, that's a map I don't think I've even witnessed anyone playing so far. Alright, so Black Forest, if we happen to play on that again, it would make sense to try to apply pressure like we did. And against towers, well, then we are probably going to have to just rest on our laurels and then try to prioritize the castle. So stone mining would have been good. Arena is not really a good map for us, but we have won on Arena once or twice now, once on ladder perhaps, against an opponent that tried to pull off a really neat trick, presumably, and then a rematch against them we won as well, but that was a rematch, so it doesn't count. But these are really hectic games, or it could be just because I've been practicing. No, I've been preparing, not practicing at all. I've been preparing for the day for so long that. So Portuguese. Oh, it's not too nice, I would like to say. Because the Portuguese players usually try to play the long game. I don't know about Krogu. Perhaps they are not like that. But some of the players I've played against in the past have made me look really silly. I remember one game which took forever, and yet we lost because they had the not Fuengorilla, but well, it will hit me eventually. Let's study a bit with the geese. Well, with the unique building in any case, and then trying to practice how this jumping around places works. Oh, it works good. Just have to try to stay on the know where I'm heading, where I was, how it works. Like understand how it works. Let's go to the last notification or something. Alright, and then few geese and then off we go. But if Krogu is similar to the last Portuguese player we played against, then what they might be trying to do is try to stay behind the walls and then surprise us with their gunpowder units when the time is right. And if that happens, that's of course very sad day for us. So let's see if there's any way to... Where was the board? Here. Any ways for us to... Okay. To withstand that sort of aggression. Neat. So a few food colors here and there. The second building will be probably should be mill. Let's see. Why would they have geese outside? Well, perhaps for scouting. Like we did. They just weren't probably expecting us to be out there as of yet. So soon. Right? And then a few extra units. Ah, well. Perfect lure, but not in the fashion I envisioned. So that's that. And then up we go. Try to see if there's anything it's a bit risky to go outside since we don't have a loom. Did I watch in case of any wolves? No, I didn't. So let's wait for our brave horse to help us out. Just in case. Right. Oh, you have probably been idle for just a few seconds, so no worries. No, 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 no. It's just verify that there are no nasty beats nearby. Doesn't look like that. Kill farms. And so they are doing a little, perhaps slower uptime strategy, which to me sounds like they are trying to play this, take this to the later hours, force a longer game if possible, but I may be wrong here. Let's see, well, no sign of them as of yet. Oh no. Then we run. Oh no. And they are coming. So we would like to get to the next age, but we are lacking wood, for example, to do that. Let's see if we are able to find them before. This is a reasonable thing to have. Yes. Here they are. Oh no. Right away. But we are lacking the second building.
சரி. என்ன கட்டளை?
So let's just leave them be.
சரி. அப்படியே செய்கிறேன். அப்படியே செய்கிறேன்.
And then up we go.
என்ன கட்டளை? நான் தயார். கட்டுவேன். என்ன கட்டளை?
கட்டுவேன்.
Okay, but this is surprising and good move by them. And the sad thing, of course, is that it's going to take a while for us to get to the next page. So,
என்ன
what
கட்டளை?
do we do?
சரி. என்ன கட்டளை?
கட்டுவேன். நான் தயார்.
நான் தயார்.
So they are probably looking for us right now, or at least they should be.
அப்படியே செய்கிறேன்.
And we are forced to abandon these farms.
சரி.
And then
கட்டளை. நான்
we are going to need another town center as soon as possible.
சரி. என்ன கட்டளை? சரி. கட்டுவேன். என்ன கட்டளை?
Oh, well, we don't need that necessarily. So they should be looking for us, and because there is a very good chance for them to also find us.
என்ன கட்டளை?
So now that we have that, we would like to get
கட்டுவேன். மரம் நான் தயார்.
தோண்டுவேன்.
buildings to 7/1. So could we get extra range by blacksmith? Oh, blacksmith was the one that we actually needed.
கட்டுவேன்.
No, that's not good. Yeah.
கட்டுவேன். கட்டுவேன். மரம் வெட்டுவேன். நான் தயார்.
மரம் வெட்டுவேன்.
சரி.
So farm.
கட்டுவேன்.
Nice. The card made it 2.
சரி. கட்டுவேன். மரம் வெட்டுவேன்.
இங்கனமே. நான் தயார். என்ன கட்டளை? கட்டுவேன். தோண்டுவேன்.
சரி. செட் பண்ணிடுவேன். அப்படியே. என்ன
செட்
கட்டளை?
பண்ணிடுவேன். சரி. கட்டுவேன். அப்படியே செய்கிறேன்.
Some more farms.
கட்டுவேன். சரி. நான் தயார். கட்டுவேன்.
And then
என்ன கட்டளை? சரி.
இக்கணமே நான் தயார். செய்கிறேன்.
சரி. அப்படியே
siege tower, yes.
தோண்டுவேன். மரம் வெட்டுவேன்.
என்ன கட்டளை? சரி. என்ன கட்டளை? சரி, யாரமே போகிறேன்.
செட் பண்ணிடுவேன்.
நான் தயார்.
என்ன கட்டளை?
சரி ஐயா
Mm.
சரி
Ooh, be nice.
சரி
என்ன கட்டளை கடமை போகிறேன்
Oh,
ஆயுதத்தை எடு கடமை போகிறேன் சரி ஐயா கடமை போகிறேன் சரி ஐயா ஆயுதத்தை எடு கடமை போகிறேன் சரி ஐயா சரி ஐயா கடமை போகிறேன் சரி ஐயா இந்த ஆயுதத்தை சரி ஐயா கடமை போகிறேன் பாய்ந்து தாக்கு ஆயுதத்தை எடு சரி இந்த கடமை போகிறேன் சரி ஐயா உங்கள் சித்த ஆயுதத்தை எடு கடமை இந்த கடமை போகிறேன்
oopsie. Run, people.
இக்கணமே செட் பண்ணிடுவேன்
சரி
அப்படியே
Oh, let's run here instead.
கட்டுவேன் 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 கட்டுவேன்
We could have done that slightly earlier too, but well, it's never too late to do something now. So that's what we did.
ஏ கட்டுவேன்
So, what's our way getting back to the game?
என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சரி ஐயா இந்த கடமை போகிறேன் ஐயா அப்படியே சரி சரி இந்த கடமை என்ன கட்டளை
So they're still lacking ballistics, alright.
சரி
Hello?
கடமை போகிறேன்
என்ன கட்டளை சரி
மரம் வெட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன் நான் தயார்
We will be needing more houses.
கட்டுவேன் 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 கட்டுவேன்
So that's one thing.
கட்டளை
என்ன கட்டளை
And then it would also make sense to try to get through the wall as soon as possible.
சரி என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கடமை போகிறேன்
So let's try it there.
சரி
உங்கள் என்ன கட்டளை இந்த கடமை சரி சரி ஐயா இந்த கடமை ஐயா
Booping,
இந்த சரி
booping.
ஐயா இந்த சரி சரி இந்த கடமை போகிறேன் உங்கள் சித்தம்
ஏ
Also, it would be nice to get. Okay, back to work. And your work here is to build this castle. Let's see if we can make this happen.
பொறுக்குவேன்
நான் தயார்
சரி என்ன கட்டளை
ஏய் சேகணமே சரி கணமே சரி நான்
Try
தயார்
with few units possible.
அப்படியே சரி
சரி அப்படியே செய்கிறேன் ஏ சரி அப்படியே செய்கிறேன் சரி அப்படியே
என்ன
செய்கிறேன்
கட்டளை சரி
சரி அப்படியே செய்கிறேன்
And then all we need is some extra units.
ஏ
Oh no, we need more stone.
என்ன கட்டளை
Oh no.
அப்படியே செய்கிறேன்
ஏய்
Too bad for us.
சரி அப்படியே
We totally neglected that.
சரி
And there is no stone anywhere.
உங்கள் சித்தம்
என்ன கட்டளை
அப்படியே செய்கிறேன்
La, 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 la. So what do we need?
கட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன் உழுவேன்
Horses.
என்ன கட்டளை
And
சரி இந்த கடமை போகிறேன்
நான் தயார்
மரம் வெட்டுவேன்
then
சரி என்ன கட்டளை
கட்டுவேன் உழுவேன்
how do we get back to the game after all this?
ஏய்
With market?
சரி
That's right, we can put that.
கட்டுவேன் மரம் வெட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன்
Oh, well, that was
ஏய்
உங்கள் சித்தம்
perhaps a bit too tall an order, but we can build a market here.
உழுவேன்
And then the bad thing is that they are
சரி
அப்படியே
trying to close in on us, which is something we don't like.
இந்த கடமை போகிறேன் சரி சரி ஐயா அப்படியே கடமை போகிறேன்
சரி செய்கிறேன்
என்ன கட்டளை சரி அப்படியே
என்ன
செய்கிறேன்.
மரம்
என்ன
வெட்டுவேன்
கட்டளை?
மரம் வெட்டுவேன்
Urum is Warden. Would this be good? Oh, we might never find out.
நான் தயார். என்ன கட்டளை?
We are so close on score, so we will keep on playing for some while because
உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி ஐயா
it feels like they may have been neglecting their
நான் தயார். உழுவேன்.
eco building as well. So
கட்டுவேன்
let's do
கட்டுவேன்
that here if
தோண்டுவேன்
possible. And then let's get here.
சரி
மரம் வெட்டுவேன்.
என்ன கட்டளை முன்னேறு தாக்கு இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
இக்கணமே
சரி அப்படியே இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
இக்கணமே இக்கணமே
உங்கள் சித்தம் இந்த கணமே
நான்
போகிறேன்
தயார் கணமே அப்படியே செய்கிறேன் என்ன கட்டளை கட்டுவேன்
என்ன கட்டளை சரி ஐயா சரி ஐயா
ஏ
அப்படியே கட்டுவேன்
உங்கள் இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்
Huh. Well, this is an odd game. A really odd one.
என்ன கட்டளை? நான் தயார். உழுவேன். என்ன
Okay, so they found us here. That's too bad.
நான் தயார்
But
என்ன கட்டளை? கட்டுவேன். நான் தயார்.
first we can still have something to defend with. Now that we have the back of our base secured again. Let's see. How much does it got? 150? So if only we had some gold. Ooh.
என்ன கட்டளை
சரி.
அப்படியே
Hit, thank you. Right, so they are back, but so are we.
சரி செய்கிறேன்
நான் தயார். உழுவேன். தோண்டுவேன். என்ன கட்டளை? ஏ சரி. அப்படியே செய்கிறேன்.
நான் தயார்
தோண்டுவேன்.
Oh no.
நான் தயார். சரி. ஏ
கட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன் தோண்டுவேன்
என்ன கட்டளை?
So the thing missing is
கட்டுவேன் அப்படியே தோண்டுவேன்
gold. But we shouldn't be lacking gold for long.
சரி. ஏ
தோண்டுவேன்
Isn't that right? So there's trebuchet. Oh, faster, people! We need you here as soon as possible.
தோண்டுவேன்
நான் தயார்.
Oh, yes. GG, well played. So, let's see how large an eco they had. Some wood. Ooh! If only our scouts scouted this, we could have gotten a really nice kill. Okay, so we were correct in our assumption that their eco was neglected. So since the castle push didn't like initially work out too well. They didn't have the follow up for that, so the score was helpful, but we were lacking the units, of course, and that made the game difficult for us. Oh, this one's nice, because if we had played our hand better, we could have taken the taken back our town. With market we could have sold the wood, build a proper army, and we could have easily come back, I think. So just some bad decision making on our part, as we are accustomed of doing every now and then, so nothing too scary or alarming on that front. So they had a really tight build. No, I don't think, like, of course we could have scouted them and react to the castle with a castle of our own, for example, why not? But this I should remember, that when they come with the villagers, they usually stay with the villagers, because we could have killed 10 or 20 villagers with the 3 scouts that we had. We just didn't scout, so we didn't ever find out that they were there. Also, we could have run with these, or at least half of them, because we had 12 villagers here, like sending 5 or 10 here, leaving few to defend, would have made a really nice difference. Few extra archers would have been enough, and with pledging to stop this castle from happening. Okay, so we were enough. Okay, well, the lower we go with the elo, the better fun games we get. Games like this. Alright, so we have been idle quite much. How does the eco look like? So we have more resources collected. So the idea was that the initial push works, and now the only thing keeping them in the game is that we don't have any army to begin with. So, and now here's the time to chase the monks and what's not. I should have also noticed that the relics were missing, or that they disappeared from the map, so they must have monks somewhere, and because they weren't chanting anything here, it would have made sense to presume that they were chanting elsewhere. And yeah, we have probably collected more resources by now. Yeah, like only slightly, but given our eco, like idle TC time 20 minutes, worker efficiency for the last minute of course doesn't tell too much, but right, well, this was one of the kind. But very promising to see that we can, like the mistake was trying to get the stone here, probably. They had scouted the map, but I don't know if they would have. And perhaps we should have, instead of trying to push the aggressive castle here, we could have also built a castle here, where the army wasn't present at the given time. Yeah, alright. So let's have a short break and then get back to the business. But before we go, now that I remember, it's the 8 PM. Very good, very good. We, on the other hand, have been a little bit slowish, I might say. Despite the fact that we have been practicing very greatly, just to improve our pacing. But for some reason it doesn't show. It can't always show on a break. Ah, yes. And then let's see if we can manage to get back to the 1000 elo where we had such a great battles in the past and today as well. We'll be back in a second. Enjoy your wait if possible. And hello. We are back. Hope you enjoyed your short break as well. I know I did. And now let's see. Dum-dum-dum. Here we are. Yes. Break's over. Ta-da! And onwards we go. So, new things to learn. Every other day there's something new. And also some old things. Such as remembering to group up an army. Build an army to begin with. That would be nice. So let's see if we can manage to pull that off. And then hold on, excuse me for a while. And then if our opponent happens to build a castle, then make sure to see where their poor civilians go after the monument is completed. Memorandum is a nice change after the two more closed maps, Black Forest and Arena. Although I like the fact that we were able to pull this Mayans against Huns. Huns don't need houses. Mayans do. I've learned something. Right. So this is how it works. So how... Oh, but yes, Mayans need houses from the get-go, so that's why they build loom first. Right. Yes, I've seen that happen in the past. And one of these days I'll remember to play accordingly. Seasick Mike wishes us to have fun too if possible, and that's possible. So we could try to use the take the boar as soon as possible now that we have loom, especially because we do. And then no. Oops. Well, yes, well, someone had to do it. So that's why it went like that. Good. Yes, so we are doing so very many good things simultaneously that not all of them can be pulled off or executed to perfection. Of course. It only makes sense. Alright, we don't need deer since we don't have anything of value to begin with, so let's scout just a bit. Although we have the sheep, so we should probably utilize them more greatly than we have done so far. Let's look, see if we can make some sense of the layout with the help of the scout too. So let's take that forest over there. Huns, so cavalry archers come into mind, but they have other units too. Like who doesn't? I forgot to check in the previous game, like why did our opponent have the sheep outside of the walls? What was the thing with that? We gave that sheep back, of course, but there's probably a story regarding it. So there is Starting cold.
Shot it.
Hmm.
Ashike. Justin Bond.
Oh no 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 no! Ah, sorry.
Shot. Justin
Ah.
Justin Bond. Shot.
A terrible aiming attempt.
Justin Bond. Utska. Shot.
Oh. This is the worst day of my life. So we are housed, and nothing else is good either. Alright. And now we are lacking wood to get up because... Oh no.
Justin Bond.
Not the disastrous disaster, but...
Justin Bond. Shot. Justin Bond. Utska.
We'll take some accustoming. To get back from this position. So a barracks city, no, it's not a barracks because we can't afford one, but a mill. And then we go up. Some idle time, of course, but
Tabish. Shot. Utska. Justin Bond. Utska. Justin Bond.
they have been pushing the
Shot.
hunt.
Justin Bond.
Do we see a duck anywhere? We should have built a mill there. But alright. In the next live we will.
Tabish.
So after this we will eat that and then we will hit the bushes. Let's see if there's something that I'm missing. Not necessarily, no. Looks about right. How come we have... Well, we were a little short perhaps, or a little low on population, but that's also because of the word, and the word is idle time that we had because of a few fun occurrences. The perfect number though. Mining camp, sorry. So we still have sheep here working as they should. Few extra coal miners. And then we go hit their wood line if possible. And this could still be fast. Let's see what's the... Oh no. Oh no, quick warning and everything. Well, we of course don't care about that too much. A few extra units would be nice.
Shot it. Kayashe. Kokaya. Kayashe. Shike. Kokaya. Shot it. Kayashe. Tabish. Shike.
So now we can expect to see some scouts heading our way. Or I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. So we will build a few spears. Extra damage. And then soon we will add
Tabish. Ashi. Ashi.
right. More villages. Good idea.
Tabish.
Then since we are minions, we should play with archers. Obviously.
Shot it.
That's the next thing that's going to happen.
Utska.
Now, how come our superior shortcuts don't work? I'll have to check that later. There's also
Shot it. Kokaya.
things happening with ooh, so we are in.
Shot. Kayashe. Shike. Shastimban. Kokaya. Kayashe. Tabish.
We may have lost
Shot it. Shastimban.
one of our
Kayashe.
dear members, but
Kokaya. Kayashe.
too bad the knights are so strong, but
Tabish. Utska.
can you do?
Shike.
But so what we actually need now is the next age to guide us through.
Asha. 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 Asha.
Let's take that and then that,
Aduts.
and we should be able to defend our position for. Alright, so
Shike.
yes, that's where the scout went.
Shastimban.
I knew that, I just had forgotten about it.
Shot it. Shastimban. Shot. Shike. Shastimban. Utska. Tabish. Shot.
Let's see if they have any dock presence elsewhere. Few extra units. We are probably quite behind in eco, especially since we haven't clicked up as of yet.
Tabish. Shot. Kokaya.
And there you go.
Shastimban. Shastimban. Shot. Shastimban.
And the knights are coming soon enough.
Shot it. Asha. Asha. Asha.
Where's that?
Tabish.
Over here, okay.
Shike. Kayashe. Ashike.
And we will also need
Shastimban. Tabish.
extra units. Okay, so the knights play is too strong for our liking.
Tabish.
There's no way we are going to have to call it quits soon.
Shastimban.
Just when we got so close. Tremendous loss for our
Kokaya.
self-esteem, especially.
Kayashe.
Not only that. Oh, fletching would have been useful too. Alright,
Adu. Ashike.
and then
Tabish. Kokaya. Shastimban. Kayashe. Tabish. Asha.
farms.
Asha. Tabish. Shastimban.
So if they are clever now, they are just building up the forces, but for some reason our score is so even. I don't understand it too well.
Utska.
So they have few
Shastimban.
stables.
Shot. Shot it. Utska. Tabish. Shastimban. Ashiri.
That's not very nice.
Kasamash. Kasamash.
Share. Ashike, Ashak. Share.
Jashtimban.
Tabish. Atut. Ashike.
Kasamash.
Share.
There's the
Ashike.
next round.
Atut. Ashike. Share. Shastimban.
Tabish. Shade.
Tabish. Utska. Atut.
Ashike. Tabish.
Keri. Ashike. Share.
Jashtimban.
With fletching, we would be in a way better position. Alright,
Tabish. Ashike.
let's do that and prepare our oops,
Utska.
Ashike.
Ashike.
great army of
Atut. Shastimban.
Atut. Utska.
Tabish. Ashike. Share.
oh no.
Ashike.
Utska. Ashike.
Utska. Atut.
So, we haven't had units gathering wood for quite some time now,
Share.
and we have very many farmers.
Keri. Ashike.
Our opponent probably has a few more units.
Ashike. Shastimban. Kayayashe. Shastimban. Tabish. Utska.
That they are still
Share.
underutilizing. Let's see. If they stopped playing for a while, then we might have a chance to get back to the game. Few hundred score difference is quite much, but no. So they have 3,000ers already. So it might just be that given few extra minutes they are going to... I didn't check the upgrades. Well played. Pull in with or get more and more ahead of us, which is the case, of course. How many farmers? Like, if only we had capture rates. Knight here looking for prey. Let's see now. Very largest army. This doesn't happen too often. A very odd game. Yes, 50 villagers. Alright, so before reaching Castle Age we had better eco. And then, since we weren't able to get there, and their raids were unstoppable, we fall behind quite heavily. So, few things we could have done differently there. We should have pushed the deer or the ibex that we witnessed, not stopping at one. And docking would have made sense, since we saw that there's deep fish. I don't know if our opponent did. They knew that there's water there, right? Alright. And then, due to the lack of capabilities, we stopped short attacking them. Of course, eventually this was nice because we could get through the palisades, but it would have made more sense to try to destroy the stable or something like that. And perhaps adding a few extra spears would have made sense too. Our idle TC time is quite high, 4 minutes. But how come we are still... What have they done? Or do we get bonus because we are super Mayans? Perhaps. Because Mayans eco and everything. But in any case, now their eco is getting into, well, some long distance wood cutting is happening, but we only have few spearmen there, and they have already forging, so the knights do deal serious damage. We could have used the straggles too, would have made sense in a situation like this. But basically now that they are castle age and we are losing eco, it's very difficult to get back to the game. I think some pro player might have made the call earlier. We could have added docks, they didn't scout that. And if we did have that dock hero there, then this it would have been a comeback mechanism for us. Like in that case it would have made sense to keep on playing because our eco would still be quite good. Like even if the villagers are idled constantly over here, we would still be able to do or if not pull ahead of in comparison to their ecos, but at least we wouldn't have fallen behind as much. So that's something. And also if we had the means of adding the town centers right away, if we had like a way of dropping castles or something. But yeah, they are focusing correctly, in my opinion, on the macro play, just making sure not to fall behind after the initial push has made serious damage. And there's that. And the archers didn't achieve too much. Perhaps if we throw away the little army that we have, then this is way different or very more difficult game. This game of Age of Empires than we expected. So perhaps that tells good about the new player base. Should there be new players? Hopefully there are. Alright. And then we are slowly dropping to the level where we belong. But as a reward to all of you, here's the cat cam. Stay tuned for more. Do we have a way to make this work? All right. Dun, dun, dun. Oh no. Just when we thought we broke nothing, we almost broke it. Oh no. Yes, and we are back. Ooh, that was very exciting. Alright. So, Arabia. Oh no. Things are looking up and down and... So that's what we should do in the first. So we should get sheep there, right? Hold G. And I forgot to check the keyboard shortcuts because something's off. Well. So this works. FB says thanks you too to our good luck, have fun wishes, so that's fair. Perhaps our control key is just... Oops. Huh, alright. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen, but sometimes things take a turn to abyss. Right, so there's the deer patch, the last of the sheep. Let's see if we can make 1 or 2 work for our benefit. Dun, dun, dun. To support our cause. Okay, so some keyboard shortcuts work, at least, so that's promising. Not that we lost the last game because of that or anything. There were other reasons, like the level of play our opponent posed against us. That was too much for us to withstand. Well, I was a bit too... what's the word for that? I tried to get a little too much out from that position, so I was a little bit too greedy. Yes. Alright, so our militia slash man at arms push didn't quite pay off, especially since we also invested into forging and then very quickly lost the... Okay, let's do it like this. Lost the units. Okay, one more time, please. Right. And then an additional ibex or whatever it is. So how are we going to play this cleverly this time? So a few extra units. So one more if possible, and then we could try to get to the next age. Forwardish barracks perhaps. And then what? Few on called, who are we? Malians. Whose buildings cost less wood, that's good. Barracks units get extra armor, we could try to utilize that. Sure, why not? Hmm. And then you two can help with that, and then you can take the struggle. Right. And what else? Thousand cost 5 arrows when ungarnished. Gebedo. Faster. Oh, not this. Faster working universities. But they are Bengalis, so they have elephants. At least. And what else? So we will create one militia. Oh! So we ran past, but... Okay, so does this work? Okay, well it partially works. Extra farms. Sure, why not? Trying to get it all. Extra militia. Short walls. So this is exactly what they are expecting. But we can try to hit them in any case. One there and another one there. Ooh, what's this now? So Bengalis who want a castle. In that case we will also want a castle of our own. But they are probably going to get the next age faster because they have been practicing this kind of play. Alright. That's what we think at least. So a few more there. And then... Let's see. Four on stone, alright. We will try to postpone our castle age, knowing that they will aim to get there. Let's see what's the situation around here. So there's the archer range, but do they find the archers? Not necessarily, not right away. We try to get rid of their scout by any chance. Hello. All right. So we have everything of value, but let's invest into a few extra things. So Castle Age is over there. Too bad our scout doesn't do much. So did they get enough? That's where the castle is coming, alright? Ah! Ooh! Don't go there. Oh no. Alright. So the castle is happening. Oh no. Well, it was a close call. So how is our eco doing? Going up already? Let's go. And then what do we want to do? A castle of our own, perhaps. So let's see if we can pull that off. So they are probably going to add this archer. No. Yes. Rathas. Which is a bit sad, but what can we do? We didn't stop them from getting to the castle, so suits us right. And it's only going to take a while for them to get here. So let's also add a market. And then as soon as we get to the next age, we should probably try to prepare ourselves. Could we try to get these? Let's try. A monk or two, so a monastery, town center, all that beautiful stuff. Oh, but we are lacking wood all of a sudden. Oopsie. Well, luckily we can always buy some. So in we go, and then your mission is to build this. And we might lose a few. No, don't go there. Here. And that's that. And then we should try to find a way to get back to the game as soon as possible. So we don't necessarily need much else but a monk to stop them from advancing. So where do we build the castle then? Hold on now. On that hill. would be one possibility. Or on there. Oh yeah. Let's see, they're probably adding castles of their own by now if they are clever. But let's see. Few monks. Oops. So what do we need to convert all siege units, right? Build a castle there. And then the only thing we need actually is villagers, of course. I don't know about this dive, it feels a bit risky, but alright, worked out quite well in the end. So everyone back to work, and then Townsenders fire arrows, yes. Let's see how their eco is doing behind all this, because all of a sudden, despite the fact that we are a bit, well, we haven't played this game to a perfection, I would claim, but seems that maybe there's a chance that they maybe they haven't played either, so we might still have a fun game ahead of us. Right, so everyone out, and there you go, and let's see what they are cooking. There's probably a shortcut for that too, right? And I have a new round incoming. Quite nasty looking number of units as well. Let's see if we can make this happen. There's a castle. And then we would want to get to the next age as soon as possible. Right. Few monks and few farmers. Exciting times. And then up we go. I don't know if they are up as well. But it would be useful to get ballistics and then what else? Alright, yes, we also need blacksmiths. Since we may have lost the last one. Let's hope you are fast. Faster. Alright. Nothing to be afraid of in the end. Then ballistics, yes. Squires, why not? And then one more defensive castle. And then let's see if we can sneak there. And if everything goes according to the plan, we should be first to extra attack for cavalry. Alright, let's go have a look. Our opponents' whereabouts. Try to heal that if possible. Trying to get under the castle without realizing that we have murder holes. Like we should. Simultaneously losing some villagers left and right. Right, so we should be adding more villagers ourselves. Oops. Right, and then that as well. And we have to Let's see if there's something we can make happen over here. No, 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 no. Then we can also see in excitement whether they can. So that's the Imperial Age for them, right? Few extra monks would be nice. We have no one gathering cold. Why is that? My dear friends. So they are holding against. That's not very nice. Hello. Okay, so the castle is down. And what we could be adding is units, yes, like in the past. Could perhaps spread these units a bit. Hello. GG. Return to map. GG FP. Well, this was a surprisingly nice game. After the early pressure. Other things we didn't realize. So this castle didn't protect them too much. Few raiding units were enough to cause havoc to their eco. Oh, okay. Now, largest army 14. Well, could have been that with the eco that we had, eco lead, we should have probably been able to close the game a bit earlier, but could also be that it required, or it took the raiding from us to actually turn the tides. Idle TC done 20 seconds already. Well, half a minute for both of us. Arabia is such a difficult map to master, so. Well, the map. If I had, and I can now understand the short walls, because it is very difficult for them to wall off. So that's probably why they also decided to build a defensive castle. Whereas we have nice back gold, we have back stone, in case we are pushed from our initial position. So they have a slight villager lead. Well, now it's gone, but they are going up. We are trying to harass their eco. If I had archers faster, it would have made more difficult for them to play the game. So the militia wasn't really required. But perhaps if I only showed up with a few archers, then they would have fought them off with the villagers. So they had just enough stone so that they were able to pull that off. And then we should have combined our forces as soon as we noticed like losing units here is not good. And then like should have tried to like stand ground, order the units to stand ground to be able to try to micromanage with that. And then there's this trickle of units that would have made a dent here, but I didn't remember that I had queued them here. If we had prevented the castle from happening, then perhaps the game would have ended there and then. Now we were able to kill 5 villagers or so, but we also took losses, and we are still some way away from reaching the castle age ourselves. So the take could be that if we see those short walls, then aggression with archers could be nice. It is very inefficient gold mining, but we are going to show them a similar feat quite soon. And it took us a while to get to the to get any sort of defensive play in place. Their moves is as expected. So forward, siege workshop. The only thing they had, they were able to get the spearmen away from the stone mines with what losses? Alright, so they had sent the Rathan there already, but then forgotten about that, like I had forgotten about my spearman, and then some micro, and that was that. Now I think the thing is, like, the game is quite even, but the situation for them is better. Besides the fact that we got the town centers down. If we were faster, we could have also gotten a castle here to prevent them from advancing, but luckily we were able to pull it off even without that. But now they know that we have 3 town centers, so what's their reaction to that? I'm not adding more. Yeah, more or less even. Misclick there, or a misplay, because I tried to convert the elephant, but it requires close range, so that was the mishap. There's the castle, and I quite often forgot about this really neat no, not that really neat shortcut that I have to select all the town centers, so that causes some havoc here and there. I think throwing away the elephants was not a great idea, even though they get some villager kills, but now they also lost the catapult, and if only we had ballistics in place, they would have also lost a few extra Rathans. But now the situation is quite stalemate because we have a defensive castle, and if we build our forward castle here, that would be nice, because we have soonish enough stone for that. We could have tried to get past them. Oh, but the town center is going down already. Alright. And having few defensive castles of our own was Like, it may be a dull way to play the game, but it was also very nice in my opinion. Right? Like for once, not trying to force the issue too much was a well played tactic, at least on our part. Now if we had army, we have resources, we could have built more units and we could have prevented the castle from going up, but having the 10 villager lead and better eco upgrades, they had all but forgotten about those. So our eco is like, we are actually booming with same amount of farmers currently. They only have 2,000ers right now. Village numbers more or less even though. But here they are neglecting the fact that we have murder holes and then we still have them, so they are taking some casualties that they didn't need to take during the last few minutes. And now eco kills 25 thanks to this. Like all of a sudden, when did this happen? Because we were more or less even on villager numbers before these guys appeared. Oh well, they were either because they had killed the Rathan, who had also killed what? One. If only we had ballistics from the get-go. Well, one, but then after killing that one, he idled 16. So that was the play of the game, or if there ever was one. Because now these have been able to kill 19 villagers, and all of a sudden we are in. Okay, so that raid was basically, from how I'm reading the game at least now, without that raiding being so successful and without having murder holes, we wouldn't have been able to pull this off. So basically improving our defenses and then they are adding more villages in a really nice fashion. This is just a burden, having these here and there annoying them, and perhaps they now realize that all the woodcutters that used to be here are lost. Could be. But they were floating resources, it was just that they lost the forward castle. And did they... Okay, so they didn't see the stables, not that we were able to utilize them, or that we would have been able to utilize them in a very near term. The third castle here was sort of mistake because it was never revealed, so we didn't need to be too afraid of the Rathan trying to get past these two castles. Okay, but this was quite neat game. Bengalis. Okay. And well played by FP. Yes. The one and only. I forgot to check a few of the statistics, but that's the current level of play. So 2,000 more food, quite even wood, few castles more on stone, less gold. Okay, so this was quite even. in that sense. It just didn't feel like that because we should have been able to boom better than we did. I think. Since we had a really nice position. Dun, dun, dun. But in the end, our raids were more successful, or our raiding unit was of better quality than theirs, so that's good. How do we do? Half asleep. As we are supposed to be. Sometime in the future we should also mic the cat, because sometimes he snores in the most adorable fashion imaginable, and I'd like to share that experience. But alas, today is not today. I also tried to write. Might take a short while, but should not, or should be less than an hour or something like that. Well, it's good that we have this chat window that shows a very static message. Let me prove that the chat widget works as intended. Hopefully. Dun dun dun. Okay, I'll have to. Ah, indeed it does. Ah, what a great time to be alive. So we get to play Hindustanis against Magyars. No, we are Magyars against Hindustanis. And Hindustanis get a cute camel, right? What else? I don't know. No, 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 no. Oh no. Well. We got this boar in while we are at it. Dun, 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 dun. No, 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 no. Yes, this is how it's done, so now you know. Let that be an example. Okay, so this time, based on the map, we know that they are around there. And this is the small tunnel. This is where we can chop through. But that's where we are aiming. No. Not very nice. Why would they fight our thousander? Oh. Blaming the boar. Not very nice. Blaming the sheep, blaming the boar. They have it all. Well, at least we can now take that. So where did the scout go? Somewhere here? Hello. And how do we manage to... How can we possibly try to get back from here? And after this, we can take the sheep as well. After laming and all. The nerves of these people. Right, so let's see if there's something there. Huh. Isn't it odd that the scout doesn't want to go there? Is it just padding as it usually is, or is there something blocking them? Dum dum dum.
Szolgálatára.
Jó napot! Szolgálatára. Építkezek, fát vágok.
Okay, well that was wrong. But there could have been something.
Igen.
Gyűjtögetek.
So that's where we could try to get through from,
Jó
but
napot.
it's probably going to be too easy. Okay, so let's see what's over here. You see, if I was trying to sneak in someplace, then it could be that. Alright, houses, right.
Parancs.
So let's...
Fát vágok.
Oh no.
Igen.
Okay, let's build a house then.
Fát vág.
Parancs.
Értettem. Fát vág.
And then there's chaos. And we could try to see if there's someone over there perhaps. And what then? We could push deer. That's a given. Try to get through the walls. So the second building
Szolgálatára.
is going to be a mill in any case. They have one lake, we have two. Let's see that they're not hiding in an obvious place like here. No, 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 okay. Up we go.
Igen.
And then after everything's even, let's go there. Could try to chop through that. Well, actually, we could try to chop through that. Let's see. What's their play?
Jó napot!
Parancs. Jó napot. Parancs.
So perhaps it's a scout play because it's the strength
Építkezek. Építkezek.
of our sieve,
Fát vágok.
so it only makes sense. Okay, then let's study this corner. So they've lost their scout, so that's a plus for us. And
Igen.
then we don't have any wood wood producers, or we don't have too many of them.
Parancs.
Jó napot.
Right.
Igen.
Okay. Well,
Szolgálat.
Igen. Építkezek.
Igen. Szolgálat. Építkezek. Jó napot.
Parancs.
Parancs. Jó napot.
anyone? Okay, let's
Vágás.
try this.
Gyűjtögetek. Gyűjtögetek.
Igen, támadás!
Gyűjtögetek.
Jó napot.
Gyűjtögetek.
Still lacking the axe. but not anymore. Okay, so perhaps they didn't have anything. Ooh, scared now, huh? Okay. So is it tower o'clock already? Surprisingly no. So let's add a few extra villagers. Stone walls, alright. And then few extra villagers.
Szolgálatára.
Mm,
Igen. Szolgálatára. Igen. Marad, igen, értettem. Igen, értettem. Igen, értettem. Rendben. Értem, igen, rendben.
alright. Now we wait.
Értettem. Igen, rendben. Igen. Jó napot. Szolgálatára.
So, extra wood colors, yes. Should we go through here? Eventually. Presumably. Yes. Stone walls.
Igen. Építkezek. Építkezek. Fát vágok.
Let's do this then.
Marad, ígér, megyek. Igen, építkezek. Az megyek, azon, ígér, igen, az megyek, igen, azért megyek, azért megyek, azon, ígér, megyek, ígér, megyek, ígér, megyek, igen, azért megyek, azért megyek, azon megyek. Építkezek, szolgál, az megyek, igen, azért megyek, igen, megyek, igen, azért hagytam. Marad, megyek, jó napot, azonnal. Szolgál, jó napot, értettem.
Alright, so no fletching for either one. Oh, and we are lacking a building. Oh no, 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 no.
Igen.
So our second building is of course
Építkezek. Építkezek. Bányászok.
right. So fletching is on the way.
Jó napot.
And then we should really make them pay. Ah, goodbye villagers. Right. We were supposed to go up to, but next time. Alright,
Szolgálatot. Építkezek. Feltétlenül.
okay.
Parancs, fát vágok.
Igen, értem. Rendben.
Then we could try to save a bit there and build a second barracks soon-ish. Let's just pipe our way in. Mhm. Let's see how they react to this then, because they should be getting to the next age quite soon, of course, but at this stage the... Ooh, so what's coming in that state then? Let's see. So everything's very nice and in order. We could do some upgrades because we are probably going to need them. Castle Age, what do we do? Extra villagers. More stone. Right.
Építkezek. Bányászok. Igen, fát
Well,
vágok.
some of you can stay behind. Probably does no harm. Extra layer of walls, alright. A new tower, alright. Ooh, so that's where all the wood went.
Jó napot, parancs. Igen, bányászok. Szolgál, bányászok.
Szolgáljuk.
Parancs, azonnal. Igen, megyek. Bányászok. Igen. Bányászok. Jó napot. Bányászok. Igen. Épít, bányászok.
Rendben, igen, igen. Érted, előre. Igen, rendben, érted, rohan. Igen, rendben, érted, rendben, érted, támadás. Előre. Igen, uram. Igen. Rendben, támadás. Előre, rohan. Igen, uram.
Dun dun dun. So what are they planning behind our backs? Is the question now.
Szolgál. Építkezek. Fát vágok. Jó napot.
Igen.
Extra farms, why not? And then we could try to add
Jó napot. Parancs.
extra armor to our melee units. Nice.
Igen.
Igen.
Houses.
Építkezek.
So many things to do.
Építkezek.
And now we walled ourselves. So let's get rid of that first. It's gonna take a while.
Jó napot. Parancs. Építkezek. Építkezek.
Well, now that we are here, we could try to see.
Építkezek. Fát vágok.
If they have any plans.
Szolgálatára. Érted, támadás.
Jó napot.
Rendben,
Right.
Igen. Építketek, 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 várvár. Jó napot. Parancs,
If only we had a healer
szolgálat.
help us out. Not well, in the future we shall have to.
Jó napot.
Szolgálat, értettem. Előre! Igen, értettem. Igen, értettem.
Dun dun dun.
Igen.
Igen.
Igen, bányász. Azon megyek. Azon bányász.
Parancs, igen. Bányász.
Igen.
Építketek.
Let's go there instead. Then what we need is a monk. So they are playing the long game. Oh, even upgrading the walls.
Szolgálat.
This is a disgrace.
Épít azonnal. Építketek. Várvár.
Parancs.
Alright, so let's ask for the monk to come here then.
Bányász.
To ease our pain. And then that's probably the end of
Igen.
all.
Jó napot.
So let's build a castle.
Igen, szolgálatát. Támadás! Rohan! Előre! Parancs.
Szolgálatát. Építketek.
Still not Imperial Age, so
Parancs, igen.
let's build the first castle there. And once all that is said and done, can add some extra farms. Perhaps. Ooh, we should try to get to the next age. Yes, that would benefit us greatly. And then we would probably also want to get a few extra stables. It's a terrible place.
Jó napot.
Okay, so this is how we do it.
Igen, érte rendben. Érte, igen.
So where is the monk? Okay, come here, you heal.
Szolgálat.
Thank you very much.
Szolgálat, igen. Parancs. Támadás!
You heal. Oh no, it's not enough.
Igen, értettem. Rendben. Igen.
Parancs.
Their powers are beyond our
Jó napot.
capabilities. Let's not do this, but instead let's get to the next age and then right. So monk here, another one there.
Rohan!
Igen.
Támadás!
Parancs. Építketek.
Szolgálat, rendben. Igen, érte, igen, igen. Előre!
So it's going to take a while, but they are going to be just
Építketek.
fine. Even if the catapult shows up and what nuts. Right. Magyar Hasar, extra food cost. Okay, let's destroy this. Get back to work. We still have some units that would go there. Alright. So the Imperial Age is upon us. And the only thing we are going to do is Magyar Hassan Cavalry Archers, extra range, no, elite, yes. And that's the play. You can come here, for example. Something like that. Alright, we are lacking some means. Oops. Okay, so what's the correct? So chemistry murder holds, yes. You should have clicked chemistry sooner even, but so 80 horsey, and then bells. Da 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 da. We should have more villagers than we currently have, or than we currently do, but that's our lack of skill when it comes to these sorts of plays. Eventually we will learn the nifty details of this type of map. Right, perhaps some of you could help with some of these buildings. Right, and what else? They should be bombarding us, but for some reason they aren't. Okay, so now they are, but it's sort of too late. There you go. And we don't get bombard cannons of our own. We only have a single castle to produce from. We don't have too many farmers to begin with, and we are lacking some resources. So quite a few things are going against our ballistics, because we are going to save all that. Then we will need a few extra stables. Right. And more houses, yes. We are aware of the lack of them, but we haven't really given too much thought about fixing any of that. So let's have a look. So they are pushing us away, but so what? Alright. Okay. So are they just waiting to cut through? Is that the play? I don't know. And what's the... Let's find out. C. Okay. So cheap ponies, left and right. More houses. And one of these days we should do something about these dogs. But this is a... Let's do the down watch. Just in case. Extra houses. So would be nice. And then farm. I could try to benefit from the existence of these relics, but let's see if we can. Try and then some additional units. Why not? No. So there should be floating food. But what else? And would we like to do some... We still have gold. Speeds, no. Extra range for cavalry archers. Sort of nice thing to have, yes. If they are utilizing market, then they should have more or less ever resources that last forever. So that's not good. And we are not cutting through. I don't know if they are. But if they are, they probably would arrive from there. Because they know we have resources over there. So, still some way to go. Perhaps we could try to spend some of the resources. Extra attack against. So, Onager is the one we will want. We will want extra ponies. And then siege attack. Why not? Ballistics not necessarily even now, we don't want that. These ponies we could try to get to help us in our next attack, but could be that they have outposts positioned in such a fashion that it's not going to work. But let's see. The score lead is quite telling. So might be that we are not getting too far. Then we should also have a few units. Surprised that they haven't cut to us from any direction as of yet. That's obviously what I would have done. And there's the outpost, and then we go. Could you please, a bit faster? right? And in we go. Hello, hello. Quick walls, that's very nice. Spearman of swords. And is this enough? Let's see. Then we could try to get through from there as well. The castle. Can we stop that from happening? That would be nice, but it would be that we are late. But in any case, they have faced some losses as of yet. So already, oh, we have faced some losses too. Let's not forget. And there may be floating resources, but I don't know if they are floating that much. Alright, and while that's happening, we could try to get a few oranges there, and also why not change from the winning strategy. Run. We don't have too many buildings to produce from. Oh no. Just when we thought we won. We didn't. Can we still? No. Not well, that was a nice attempt in any case. And what's the castle? Here, okay. Just passing. Don't you mind? Cannon galleons, okay. So we almost got there, okay. That's good, okay. Okay, then everyone here. So we don't need your kind over there. See if we can manage. Hello, hello. That's of course too bad, but what can you do? Group of camels. That's nice. Paladins on the way. So that's also nice. They should have lost quite a few units. It's alright, good. Here. No, it's not. Or on the other hand, no, it's perfectly fine. Let's build it here. Na, perfectly fine. We are clever chaps. Don't you mind what they say? Okay, and then some scorpions to finish them off. And then let's see what's going on. Alright, and then let's go here, everyone. So these buildings never really actually finished holding well, but
Igen.
hello. Okay, so how are things over here? We could have lost the initiative just a bit, but we'll see how it goes. Terrible thing to lose. Cannon Galleon. So the castle stays for now, but not for long. So how do we stop them from... Yes. So let's... Where is our market? Oopsie. Very good. And here we go. And do we have a market? No, we don't. No. So you, please build me a market. Can you help with that? Oh. We were so close. Alright, let's do it. Let's kill it the old-fashioned way. So that's our wall then. And how do we carry on from here? More buildings, of course. And perhaps we could have queued a few units too, but no, we forgot about that. So you?
Igen, értettem. Azon igenis.
Hello, hello.
Szolgálatára. Megyek.
Almost.
Igenis. Értem, igenis. Igen, igenis. Értem, megyek. Azon értettem. Azon.
The nerves of some people. Okay.
Jó napot, parancs.
So how long can this game last? we are quite even on score. Galleons cost a fortune. We can't seem to keep them alive as we would like to. Alright, so that there. And indigo there, for example. It's as good a place as any. And then more farmers, perhaps. And yes, so that's the reason why these games can be quite something. Well, let's not die without cause. Now for the first time ever in our eco. Does it matter? Hard to say. So Rams. Probably for our benefit, but that killing of units, killing of pathetic villagers. So what's the purpose of this game? Just waiting for our opponent to call it quits before we do. No. No issue. And of course we lost. Oh well, that's a neat thing to have. Let's not go there. Good colors we have, but farmers we are lacking, so. So that's that. Alright. Here we go, next wave. What a fun game we have here. Destroying our houses, but that's not an issue either. Oh, if only the castle would have held. So is it barracks o'clock? I did say that farm has replenished. or needs replenishing sword.
Igen.
So very odd. So they are losing cold units. They are Hindustanis. I don't care about that. Alright, we needed barracks or two. Right, and then we can go in and destroy the dock. Simultaneously they are doing some weakish damage or eco, but that's totally fine. Oh, but we are still lacking the ballistics, that's right. This would have been handy. No, it would have been handy to have it. Oh, but we are lacking stone. Oh no, all of a sudden we lost the game. So that was that. Gazillion defensive castles and game not very pleasant to play. Largest army very good. Villager high very great. Yes. So the question that I have is, how did they manage to keep up with the cold units? And is there a chance for us to get to the... where is it? To find out about that without spending the next... well, I'll be away from the keyboard for a while, and then we'll see where we are at. So I'll be back in a sec. Alright, and I'm back. Sorry to make you watch through all this. So they are currently at 9k. But they have collected more resources, but it's because of the relics. But they have 3 of them. Oh, but Hindustanis get gold with their wood colors. Isn't that the case? So there's this small trickle of gold. Right, so that's their secret. That's why they don't need to have anyone on gold and are still able to produce. And that's the reason. Or is it paper money, so their farmers produce gold. So the very clever idea is to just hold until the opponent gives up. Okay. Well, that's good. The Pope has outsmarted us. And it took us quite some time to understand this. Grand Trunk Road and Shatagni. Very good. So we threw away our cold units basically. Or our cold in that fashion. So Army High goes for them and kill that ratio as well. And they also sold some to get more gold. Alright. So perhaps this was the place after the cut where we should have been able to pressurize them more. So we should have had all our army there. Because they didn't have... This doesn't show our military. So yeah, we should have made more damage with the cut. That was the place where we could have won the game. And perhaps if we decked to skirmishers and pikemen, why not? Just to harass their ego, it's just enough. But yeah, that was that. Now we are luckily getting up on speed, so soon we shall be an opponent to reckon with. But as it currently stands, the situation is such that if there is a player who knows how to play their Civ, so in this case Hindustanis, and can we check the no? What? Caravans arrive, all cold income is faster. But what? Trading fee reduced. So was it just theoretic gold then? Well, beats me. Yes, because it's Vietnamese with the paper money. Thank you for correcting me in your heads at least. And all of a sudden we have a valley. Perhaps we try to make a quick let's turn this just ever so slightly. No. Well, your mission is to fetch that sheep. Good luck, fun have. So what we could try to do is go forward and try to get some meat by being that clever, and then utilize that to our fashion. In a fashion we don't currently know to the fullest extent. No. What about the starting animals here? Could you? Okay. Alright, so we have few sheep here. And what else? Follow me. Well, we could have saved her, but we didn't feel like that, so we didn't. But luckily there's always a comeback mechanism in this game, so we're just going to have to be smarter than our opponent, and they are. So we get to play Persians, and they are Lithuanians. So cavalry seat, alright. Bonus in the form of relics, giving extra attack. And that's the second boar. Yeah, alright, we didn't need to rush that, but we did. Or force drop. Probably the correct term for this activity, but we felt like we are running out of. Oh no! Go up, just like that. Very good. What would be the second building? Mill? Why not? Second deer or ibex, perhaps, and then we could go up soonish. Now, thank you. So some idle time, but that's that. And after this, we are scouting. Because the plan is to send some 4 villagers. Would that be enough? Forward to build barracks and what's nuts. So that's what we should do in order to stay true to our idea. But first, ibex play. One more step, please. Thank you very much. The other hand, let's go like this. Mm,
علوف جمع
no.
میکنم
So where are we going?
آماده. آری. سلام.
معمار معمار آری سلام شکارچی
آماده.
آری میکنم
So
توپ
few upgrades to begin with,
سلام
and
آری
then
معمار
one extra building.
آماده معمار
سلام. معمار. آماده. معمار.
سلام
سلام.
Oh no 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 no. Well, we are an age ahead, so it was not something they should have done.
آری معمار
No. Well,
آماده
there's a quite high risk now that we are going to be
آری آماده
آری.
located,
آری.
آری سلام
آری.
but
شکارچی.
well, that's what we get when
شکارچی.
آری سلام
we
معمار،
do
شکارچی.
tricks. So let's build a visible barracks so they know we are coming,
سلام.
and then
آری. معمار.
oh no, we don't need cutters anymore now.
معمار سلام آماده میکنم
Go there.
سلام
آماده.
You
آری.
do go there.
آری چوبور
Very good.
آماده
Okay.
سلام. آری.
Spearmen of their own.
آری آری
آماده. آری کنم.
Spearmen of our own.
آری.
آماده.
شکارچی آری
آری.
And spearmans all over the place. Alright.
آماده.
فرمان. حمله. آری.
سلام.
آماده
آری.
Now when that's the case, we run. Few extra units
آری
and
معمار سلام
farm to settle things
آری صحیح چوبور آری صحیح میکنم چوبور
just a bit.
آری آری صحیح چوبور آماده سلام چوبور
So they are over investing now.
میکنم
We are hoping at least that that would be the case.
معمار
And our push is officially done, and we are going back home.
آری آماده صحیح معمار سلام
معدنچی. علوف جمع کن.
And they are producing archers. It's alright because
آری
our aim is to get to the next age.
سلام
معمار.
We
معمار.
will need
چوبور.
a house soon. Then again, when we are not producing, we are not necessarily in a very huge need of any houses to either.
آماده
So two buildings. Well, that
معمار
farm placement was a bit off. Well, next time we will learn from our mistakes.
آماده.
میکنم آری
And
معدنچی
there we go.
آماده
So let's keep that
معمار آری
tree alive for some extra time. So they're hunting over there. Which is fine because we are not
آری.
too fond of
معمار.
meat. And how long does it take?
آماده. معمار.
Too long
آماده معمار چوبور
for us to reach a level where we would have enough
سلام.
enough food to click up. Let's see. So one more villager and then off we go.
Nemo.
آماده.
Now we don't know too much, so oh, and we are lacking a building. Right, and here comes their army.
Ori. Sahi.
آری. سلام. آری. آری.
So we will want to build
معمار.
blacksmith.
آری.
That's alright.
صحیح. معمار. سلام. آماده. آری. صحیح. میکنم.
Salam.
آری. صحیح. میکنم. آری. آری.
Oh no.
آماده.
صحیح. صحیح. آری کنم.
Just when we thought. Alright, so the second building. Right. Right.
معدنچی. معمار. معدنچی.
Run.
آماده. آری. صحیح کنم.
آری. آری کنم. صحیح میکنم.
And then up we go.
صحیح. آری.
سلام. معمار. معمار.
Can't make that work no matter what we try. To the rescue. Okay.
آری. معدنچی. صحیح. سلام. آری. معدنچی. آماده.
And to the safety
آری.
you go as well.
آماده.
That we already clicked up. Good. They are very clever chaps.
آماده.
صحیح. سلام. معمار.
In we go.
آری. آری. صحیح میکنم. آماده. آری. سلام. صحیح.
So as soon as we get to the next age, we can't afford it. Right, so let's give it some extra time then.
آری.
So our villager is alive and kicking. Yes.
صحیح. معمار.
آری.
And would we also do
سلام.
you don't need to do too much to stop them from what was that?
آماده.
I'd like to get the second town center first.
سلام.
So let's do it and then carry on with the stone mining operation.
آماده.
Alright.
آری.
And then we will build a stable.
سلام.
You will die if you are found out, so just be really careful.
سلام.
Then we will want to add more villagers.
آماده.
آری. معمار.
آری.
معمار. آماده. سلام. آری.
Alright,
آماده.
things are sort of looking up. We don't know where to send the castle builders. They are probably
آری.
thinking of dropping a castle.
آماده.
So
میکنم.
do we have means to
معمار.
build a castle? of our own here
سلام آری
before that happens. Risky business.
حمله می‌کنیم.
Alright, so they are
معمار
staying
آری
firmly at home. So that's good. So the castle is happening. And then we go there. Good planning.
فرمان.
سلام معمار آماده سلام
Oh no, so they are expecting cavalry. I don't know how they managed to guess that, but right they were. So well played. And then the rest of you can build this.
آری
And when that's the case, then we will add
معمار
few
معمار
archer ranges. Need more.
سلام
If possible. And so fletching on its way, then we should have solid keys for these two.
آماده
And what do we have? War elephant, yes. Additional wood, yes. Yes. So that's what we are aiming to do.
آری آماده
To the rescue! Or to the safety.
آری سلام
Hello. So 400. Right, and then only thing we need is
می‌کنم چوب
some archers. So perhaps an additional archer range or two and university.
معمار
Houses we have a plenty. 60. That should be enough. Or that shouldn't be too much.
معمار
Correction.
معمار سلام معمار
Additional woodcutters. Yes, why not? Because we will need an additional. Well, we will need quite a few additional things. Few skirmishers could probably be useful too, just for the sake of it. And then we will get to war elephants as time is right. Let's see.
آماده. حمله.
Lithuanians. So, I don't know, would it be possible that they are trying to collect all the not quad tower, but ballistics, murder horse, just for the sake of it. Few extra archers,
سلام
and there's
آری می‌کنم
troop that should pose no threat to us.
آماده
Let's go here instead.
سلام
Armor.
معمار آری صحیح
Well, that's wrong to go there.
آماده
Let's move there. Let's move here instead. Right. And then what's that?
Ori Sahi.
They're still around? Probably.
Salam Sahi.
Just can't see them. Hello. How do you do? Enjoying your lives. Right. So it's a little bit idled. Their eco currently. We build a castle here.
Nemo. Nemo.
All right. Oh, yes. The next age, indeed. So they have ladies with +6. But that only means that we will need additional castles as soon as possible. And perhaps some visibility would be good too. The castle over there, right? Hmm. And we will want to get additional health for our superior. That also is not bad. Hmm. Castles fire bullets, yes. Well, their eco should be not necessarily in shambles, because they probably have spread their forces elsewhere. I don't know where are you going, but I probably sent you there, so that's alright. That's what I asked of them. Chemistry, thank you. Trebuchet. And then Single war elephant would be nice too. These are houses.
Nemo. 2-4.
Hmm. Just to get some extra visibility. Go on, let's destroy this if possible. Town bell has been rang. That doesn't happen all too often. So we are spreading our forces thin a bit, but and the war elephant is probably not the correct play. But GG. Thank you, Lockham77. So what did they have left? So there's this raiding army. Some light is here and there. So they focused on getting the relics, probably. One villager. One villager I let leave. And punished me for it. GG. Yes. And here I was thinking that he was clever to escape, but no. Thanks for the play. Until next time. But Lockham77, mistake on my part. Good job on taking advantage.
Yes.
Thanks for the play, until next time, was my reply, and let's hope we meet Lockham77 again.
Ari?
Because it was a really fancy game. A nice chat afterwards too. I feel like it more often than not saves the day. So perhaps we could try to do that when losing too. We are not too salty. About the fact. What are they doing? Scouting, of course, yes. Just barracks. scouts, then I lost. Forward barracks. And now the play I thought was really clever. So they have made 5 spearmen. I don't know if that's also the play here. Might be that that's the case. That people are expecting scouts, for example, so you create enough spears and then they are taking advantage of the hunt. They know we have had some forward villagers that they didn't kill, but that's that. Alright. I think they are playing the game as so playing the map as it's supposed to be played. Perhaps the game as well goes without saying, but then there's this forward that manages to push us away from the resources that we would like to have, and they accidentally find the forward villagers that go down. He would have probably won this 1 versus 1. Alright, yes. So he sent the spearman back. Alright. I was afraid that he would be lingering around here. But that wasn't the case. But luckily, thanks to the Persian eco and all the eco upgrades, we have managed to get to the next age this fast. And they are doing the correct play, at least this is what AI does. So they are pulling the forces back, expecting a knight or something. Which wouldn't be a stupid thing to expect, of course, because we are persons and the knight is the strongest unit you can fastly produce from the stable. So just a single knight or 2 would be enough to get rid of the few spearmen and the archers too. But they were really clever because forging, they have fletching 2, no armor upgrade for either, and now seeing the spearmen, they are upgrading theirs to pikemen, which we are lucky enough to see soon, so we know that the cavalry would not be the play necessarily. But eco-wise they are so much ahead. We have more villagers now, but we had some idle time running around and this has been efficient. But after its castle age they withdraw, while they didn't really have to. Like if they kept the pressure, we wouldn't have been able to get the castle up, for example. So that they didn't know, of course, and I think their call was the right one, but perhaps from their point of view they like managed to harass us a bit, but only killed a few units, so they might have thought that we are in a better position than we actually were. Now we are ahead in villagers, so there's that benefit of not creating this many military units. We have only created the single spearman. Can't be right. Well, it may be right. Can we see it from here? Army high is 2 and we have lost 6 units in total. And yes. Military population 2. Okay, so we created 2 units and this is the third. And then we had the starting scout. But of course we are losing. Like we lost 1 villager to war. And now the raids have the means of hurting us too. They didn't know about the castle. Lucky that they were so cunning, but that also means that they were against darkness in a sense. But this boom they're pulling off is way better than mine, I would say. They're like town centers neatly placed, only some minor gaps that are inevitable. Like we shared a very similar farm just a while ago, and they were so close. Well, not necessarily so close, but like if they had auto-scouted or something, they would have found out that we had spread our forces. But they didn't have. At this stage, they were flouting resources. Like they could have done anything with that. What's that? They are now behind resources collected, so perhaps the eco boosts, yeah, doing the work, and then this, I don't know, they could have just stayed there too, but perhaps there's a reason, like reasoning behind this. And then there's this stream of archers, and still quick reaction, partially thanks to the house attacking move, because they did this patrol was a bit wasteful, but in any case they got some before warning. But now this is getting really dicey game. While you have archers, even if these are trash bows, so just a few horses should be enough to get rid of these, but they still only have castle age, and they are lacking second cavalry upgrade as well. So of course their attack is nice because of the relics. I don't know. Like this could have been a scorpion play, for example, because they were floating wood and gold. And this move was able to more or less idle their farms. So in my opinion, watching and knowing what I currently do, watching from this position and knowing what I currently do, and like few siege workshops down as soon as they see the crossbows, and then are they buying the, did they buy themselves up, or were they floating just enough to get to the next age? Sorry. Oh yeah, so it seems so they had just enough farmers working to make this dream true. Bought stone, bought food. Okay, so some buying activities too. But that's really forced to buy stone to build a castle. 400 stone, 500. Not too nice situation to be in, and they are still floating great amounts of gold. But now the wood is gone because they sold that for gold, because they will want to get to this carrier. Yeah, okay. So having a few ballistas could have helped. Could be that against this army, because we are currently sitting at 54, yeah, 54 trash bows. They are scattered all over the place or lost in the action. Just slowly roaming in, but they would need huge amount of flights to be able to clear this patch. Like skirmishers, yes, scorpions, why not? And few lights if they need to fight against any could have destroyed this. This would have been GG right away. I'm not seeing that we only had ranged units. I don't see what 7 lighters could do. We are forcing the issue with this. But the castle on hill with the bullets, well, the bullets upgrade, don't remember its name. It's very hard to attack. Yes, attack against. Yes. And even though we are losing the war elephant, the trash bows are enough to get rid of the trebuchet. And the odd skirmishes here and there. It's just tricky game. But it seems that Lowcam77 knew how to play the game. But perhaps they were locked on their tracks like we usually happen to be, that we just we have decided that we are going to make use of the cavalry bonus, and now we have been able to snatch all the relics. We hesitate to do anything different because it would feel like giving up on Dream or something, whereas that's what they should have done, especially in a position where they were floating wood and cold and were only facing these quite easy to kill archers. Alright, so that's nice because it feels like we got to, by chance, of course, not due to our skill or anything, but mostly due to chance, we managed to beat our opponent by utilizing the sort of weakness that their strategy, this powerful strategy, left to them. I was thinking that we had really good eco position, but it doesn't show for some reason until we get the raids in. So good reminder that as well. Just a second, I'll fetch some extra water. Right, we are back. So a good reminder that at this level it seems that hello it seems that if we don't manage to harass our opponents, they do know how to play so well that we will slip with our own macro and will be unable to compete economically. Which showed in the game before this. Do we have a chance to see done? So what was the game? So we were against Hindustanis, yes, okay. And Hindustanis meant that they would get a random nomad. All cold income faster. So does this mean that when they got 3 relics, they then got 10% more cold, and that was enough to float them? Well, perhaps. Perhaps that was the case, and I misread the situation. Good for them. Alright, so on Nomad you're usually Vietnamese against... hold on. Let's go somewhere like here. Or...
Thiên Hà có gì sai bảo? Có thảo dân.
how do we do this?
Nô tài thảo dân đã rõ.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu dân.
Still have enough food?
Bái kiến
Good.
Thiên Hà có gì sai bảo? Thảo dân xin làm ngay. Thảo dân xin làm ngay.
Alright, let's do it like that. We are a bit slow, of course.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Dạ bẩm có dân nữ. Dân phu dân. Dân nữ xin chào lệnh.
How much? 75?
Thảo dân xin chờ đợi. Dân phu điều phu.
Oh, we really need wood first. Oh no. And that's going to take
Bái kiến điện hạ.
eternity. The good news is that we have a really cute cat companion. So that's something. That would have been a nice spot too. Do. And it seems that we were a bit late to that. Oh, and if we didn't build the house, we could have had an extra fishing ship right away. But now that we did, we don't get that. But instead we are forced to play out some more. So that's too bad. Well, this gives us a good time to try to find. So that's the... Where is our dock? Do we have it anywhere? Perhaps we don't.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Dân phu điều phu.
Hạ có gì sai bảo? Thảo dân xin làm. Thảo dân xin chờ đợi. Thảo dân.
Instead I toggled on some sort of neat show health bars all the time or something. Unique, yes, but how do I change that? Well, Alt H, okay. So now we know. I am on second one, perhaps even a third one. No, let's do it like this. We have yet to find our nemesis. Also, we would now have a proper ample time to look for the select all docs in G. Okay. If that is the case, then okay. Let's just try to stick to that then.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Điện hạ có gì sai
Dạ
bảo?
bẩm có thảo dân. Thảo dân xin đã rõ. Thảo dân đã rõ. Thảo dân đến ngay.
Dun, dun,
Thảo
dun.
dân đến ngay. Thảo dân xin làm ngay. Thảo dân đã rõ. Dân phu. Thảo dân xin chờ rõ. Thảo dân xin làm ngay.
Dạ bẩm, điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Thợ săn,
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dạ bẩm có thảo
thợ
dân.
săn,
Bái
dân
kiến
nữ
điện
đã
hạ.
rõ. Phu,
Điện hạ
dân
có
nữ
gì sai
đến
bảo?
ngay, dân nữ xin
No,
làm
no.
ngay. Bái kiến điện hạ.
Thảo dân xin chờ rõ.
Okay.
Sao đến ngay, dân nữ gọi, dân nữ xin làm ngay. Thợ săn, bái kiến điện hạ. Dân nữ đến thợ săn, dân nữ gọi, dân nữ đến ngay.
Okay.
Thảo dân đến ngay.
Điện hạ dân nữ xin làm ngay.
Yes. Okay, one more time. No, 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 no.
Dân nữ đến xin làm ngay. Dân nữ thợ săn, dạ bẩm, thợ săn, hạ có gì sai bảo?
All right. Something had to be done, and that was that. So Vietnamese, battle elephants, extra HP, yes. But also archer range units get extra. Could use this as a scout for. Ooh, right. We are Vietnamese, so we know where they are. Now, isn't this just great? Run. Please. Okay, some wood was lost, some the positioning wasn't the greatest. We are still lacking buildings. No, we aren't lacking buildings, we are just perhaps a bit slow at times. Because we have the dock. And this is probably not the most efficient deep fish available, but that's what we... Oh, because we had scouted that, right. Okay. Well, one of these days I will know. And then it will be a very great day indeed. Know how to play the game, I mean. So, because that was the visible wish that we had, and that's the reason. Okay, after this we will go. That was the reason why. So this, and then carry on with berries. Good. Why we decided to travel all the way back there, despite it feeling really out of place from some point of view. How do we do this? So archer range units get extra HP, so that's nice. And we do get Imperial skirmishes eventually. We are against British, so that's sort of good, because we could expect them to try to go for archer play. Alright. So let's have a barracks of our own. And then we will want to get some gold, if possible.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Dân phu.
Eventually we will also want to get some farms, but perhaps that can wait.
Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh.
Nope.
Dạ vâng.
Right? So some gold and we would be ready to go up if only we had the buildings required for such an act.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh.
So what's the last building going to look like? And then is that also the very same thing that our opponent is aiming to do against us? Is the follow-up question.
Phu dân giao dịch.
Dạ vâng. Dân nữ.
Some stone
Điện hạ có
and
sai bảo.
then
Kiến điện
Bái
hạ.
kiến điện hạ. Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dạ vâng, có thảo dân. Dân phu. Nô tài.
Dân nữ
Dân
xin chờ
phu
lệnh.
nô tài. Bái kiến điện
Ngư
hạ.
dân. Dân phu. Điều phu. Điện hạ có
Dân
gì
phu
sai bảo.
ngư dân tiều phu.
so there they are. Oh man, let's save the gold.
Dạ vâng. Dân nữ. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo.
Có tiểu nhân. Để mọi người làm ngay. Để tiểu nhân đã làm ngay. Các huynh đệ, tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xông lên.
Dân nữ xin kiến điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Dạ vâng, dân nữ đến ngay. Ngư
Right,
dân.
so let's go back home.
Làm ngay. Các huynh đệ, tiểu nhân đã làm ngay.
No, fishing dream is no more.
Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân đã rõ.
Again, who knows?
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo.
Why can't we? It's B. Okay, makes sense. Alright, so a few archers go there. It's a very good idea.
Dạ vâng, tiều phu.
And then we will
Thảo dân đã rõ.
send
Điện hạ có gì sai
a
bảo.
few.
Tiều phu. Thảo dân xin làm ngay.
Villagers to build this. Yes, that's right.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh.
And then what? Hello.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo.
So we are still lacking some upgrades such as fletching.
Có tiểu nhân.
We could use an additional farmer. Right, because we don't have any farmers as
Dân
it
phu.
currently stands.
Dân phu.
Oops.
Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân nữ xin chờ
And
lệnh.
then,
Lao dịch.
yes. So now they are expecting archers. Let's try to get archer 2 over there.
Viking điện hạ,
And then
dân phu, lao dịch,
Dân nữ xin chào lệnh. Dân phu, bái kiến điện hạ. Dân phu,
soon we should see how they are playing the game.
điện hạ có gì sai
lao dịch. Lao
Okay,
dịch.
so more stone is needed. If only we had more gold, but well,
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh,
Dân nữ xin làm ngay. Dân phu, dân mệnh, dân phu. Dạ điều phu, dân phu,
điện hạ có gì sai bảo,
điều phu.
so we have killed quite a few of their units, so that's nice, but
Dân nữ xin
oh
chào lệnh.
no.
Sao bảo? Dạ vâng. Dân nữ xin làm ngay. Dân mệnh. Bái kiến
dân
điện
phu,
hạ.
So what else do they have?
bái kiến điện hạ,
Dân nữ xin làm ngay. Dân nữ đến ngay. Dân phu, dân phu. Lao dịch.
Few Rathan archers. Sure, why not? More wood.
dạ
No,
vâng.
more
Dân phu, bái kiến điện hạ,
food would be nice.
dân phu,
Please go there. And then
Dân
Ba-bum.
phu.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh, thợ săn, tung hoành, lao dịch, điện hạ có gì sai bảo,
So let's see what they are up to, if anything. Hello. Gold. So where do we get gold on this island? Oops. So gold. Food. Everything is required.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh, lao dịch,
Actually, this is more required than that. Alright, and the castle is over here. Extra HP for the elephants would be neat. Oh no 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 no. I made it to the castle age. Goodbye. That one's also alive, so we could try to get there. looks from there. They have a surprisingly good. Ooh, well, wow, why is that? Hello. That should be a castle down. Or a castle prevented. We were quite lucky to get the mangonel out in time. I must say. Alright. So what else is going on? So they have miners here and there. An extra castle prevented for now. Perhaps. Meanwhile, I haven't been watching too closely on this. Progressing over here, so what's going on? Stay put, please. Oh no. Then again, those are just skirmishes, so nothing too major. And we could try to get some upgrades. And Erling has resigned. This castle placement was surprisingly good because it we didn't know that there are 2 Townsenders here and there, and there they were. Meanwhile, they did the correct. Ooh, huge amounts of resources spent here. Everything done correctly. Houses near the walls or on the coast. And the only thing they wanted was to get the castle up and get to the longbow. But that also feels a bit silly because we as Vietnamese get the Imperial Skirmisher eventually. So why would they aim to get to longbow? I don't know. Oops, so they're thanks to the alright, so well, I can understand why they carried on playing, because it seems that our macro may have slipped just the slightest bit. Some odd flickering here. Just a second. So it's Alt F. Now the question is, does it show on the stream too, or is it just my okay, the capture rate has some issues, it seems. The graphics here on my end, because everything's flickering. But let's see if we can make this a nice 1000 location. And also back dock, something I didn't realize from the get-go, but good for them. So they had all their villagers building the town center and worker efficiency. Idle eco. Well, idle TC time is quite large already, and we also had our TC up a minute later or so. So they have quite much more resources collected already. They are about to win the water. Already collecting stone. So that's why this could be a bit premature. I'm not sure if you need fish traps at this stage, but that's like they had plenty of more resources. So what they were aiming at was to get the castle age build defensive castle 2. It just happened to beat them to it, luckily. I think in this stage what they should have done is just calling in all the civilians, all the villagers, instead of trying to stop the castle from happening with 10 villagers perhaps. Just call them all and try to target these villagers. They were just late to click up, so there was so much happening. They could have clicked up in like 1700 stone already. So perhaps their macro was a bit off in that sense, that they're still like currently they are planning on adding fish traps that you don't necessarily need. But of course it makes the game that much easier later on when you don't have to worry about fishing ships getting idle or anything like that. If I had dared, I could have built the castle just a few tiles closer, so we could have gotten them out from the game faster. But now we are on we are on a limit, or time limit, on a timer, as they say. Not like just the amount of resources they had. No wonder they postponed the resignation, because they had no reason to resign. I would claim, since they had everything quite neatly under control. Like the only issue they had was not utilizing the resources. So as soon as they get the castle age, just adding few castles, pam pam, and thousanders and everything. Now we are perhaps like we are even on villagers, and we have lost as much, but this like long distance or medium distance fishing trap fishing thing is giving them a really nice boost here. And we were lucky to find this eventually, this forward of theirs. Now adding the castle even further, like I was hoping that we would surprise them, but their vision was, and the reaction was very quick, but I didn't realize that we are this much behind, based on the fact that they didn't get to the next age as soon as I expected. But that was due to the fact that they were busy microing here and there, trying to keep their ecos. Like there's still 5,000 more resources. They could be building a castle here and a castle here and third castle there, but they are really unlucky. Like now they're destroying the houses. They don't, well, they almost got housed because of that. So this was really strategically well placed castle, but the fact that Mangonel appears right when they drop the castle and they don't happen to have the skirmishers around, for example, to help them. So that's not going to happen, and then we are able to slow this down for quite some time, even with the single almost dead Dragon Archer. Just enough time gets spent here and attention that that we managed to pull off this castle. And now the play. Oh, and I realized I forgot to change the scene. Sorry about that. Rookie mistakes. But that makes sense. Yes. Well, now you see everything that we saw. And now we get to... Perhaps that's the reason why capture rate was acting so weirdly. Because... let's see... Because we had all sorts of flickering things happening. I'm just going to rewind a bit to see if that happens. Right, so it was because we didn't change the scene, so next time that's going to be my alarm, wake up call, that if capture age flickers, then that's probably due to the fact that we haven't changed our scene. But yeah, they could have clicked up as soon as they got the castle down. And it seems that their play was to get to the longbowman, and they could have made that happen, I think. But it's just only now that we are past them in the score. The fish is still more or less intact, but 33 villages have gone down, and the castle is in reach of 2000ers, and the castle, which was just pure luck on our side because we didn't scout these 1000ers before. We knew that they were getting gold here and they had a mining camp there, so that was our cue, but if the Downlanders were on the other sides of the forest, I don't know if they had a reason to resign, and if they had lost as many villagers too, now that their eco was really vulnerable. It's all the more reason to give up. But they are still floating resources. The only thing that was going for us for the last 15 minutes was that we had initiative. So even though we made some poor decisions like holding back this castle just a few tiles further back than it needed to be, being a bit late with the mangonel, but just in time to prevent the castle, and losing some archers here and there. They had a really nice play is to just add few stables, 10 knights, and then attack our eco, for example. Would have done wonders. But perhaps they were trying to challenge themselves with this only long bow play. Alright, a short break and a cup of decaf coffee is in order, and then we'll see if the streak can continue. Now that we are on one, that's not just about losing as it usually is. Just like that, I forgot to check some very important statistics, but yes, here. Well, the quick castle or quickish castle at 20 minutes was the right call, but our opponent could have done that as well with the resources that they had. So we were also really lucky. Perhaps that explains why we didn't get the GG afterwards because they felt that they had the game and they could have had it, I think. But what can you do? It's adjusting just a little bit. Right. I'll be back in a second. Enjoy the cat cam. If the cat enjoys your company, to stay on that. Be back in a second. And we should be back. Now me and the cat have eaten some delicious cat food, and we should be in very good health, and energy levels should be such that we can continue with our pursuit of 1k. What's our current status? No, 0.995 to 1k and beyond. Alright, and we are not on a break anymore, so let's destroy that piece of misinformation. Party leader, that's us. So some of the things I've realized and probably will realize ever so often. So one of the things is that if one wants to improve, it would make sense to try to do things correctly, albeit slowly, and then work it from there. Right, so let's see if we have a chance to have our face cam for some additional. No. Perhaps like this. Could be like this. Why not? Now that the cat has left us for a short while at least. So it would make sense. Well, this is going to be a really tough streak breaker. But let's see. So it would make sense to try to memorize the things that we will want to do, like counting the cold piles that our opponent has and the accessibility that they have to them. So we could have all, for example, known that the British player was forced to evacuate from their primary base because we castled their primary gold pile. But we sort of knew that, but we didn't realize that. So those sorts of things could be enhanced by trying to play more slowly, perhaps. And even if it's bore. Are we Huns? We are Huns. That's great. That's also one of the things that one could try to do. So memorizing, trying to see what sort of civilizations we are playing with and against, and what have use. So where are the deer? So we are playing against a Yaruk, and they of course, we are all of a sudden lacking all the edible things. Like again, like how often can that happen? No. We should have shot the ibex and then. Okay, that'll do. Oh no. Right, because we don't need no stupid houses. This we do need. Okay, then run. This is the greatest build I've pulled off in a while. So bear with me. So fast access to gold. Yes, that's very important. That's more important than getting a lumber camp. Now that I think of it, it would have made more sense, but we were in a rush, so there was no time to think about such things. Alright, well, the amount of gold that we are getting is going to offset this lack of thinking. Ooh, well, this is a really clever dude. This is the first time I've done this move, so let's hope it's not disrespectful to utilize these edibles in such a fashion, because it was more or less an accident. Okay, one more time. Yes. And then the boar, yes. So, set and done, we'll carry on with that. So you are done, we'll carry on with that. And then some more wood, perhaps for the lumber camp. Yes, good idea, good idea. So we will try to play this offensively against Bulgarians. Ugh. For some reason I have bad memories of them. Okay, thank you. Few extra. Oh, them. So what we will try to do is send few villagers forward and then do some militia or something against their walls. That's very clever. That will throw them off just enough for us to get additional edge, and then we will take it from there. Simple as that. Once that's done, then we can eat this. Okay. Right. So we will need 2 extra villages. Okay, let's call it done. Then we could try to spend that. Let's see if there's something left in our base. Oh, we could want to protect the villager. Run! Okay, and then we go up. Almost forgot, but not quite. So that's one edge of their walls. So there, for example, can't be too far off. Well, it seems that it's not, so that's good. So what we will want to do is get rid of all these and then perhaps a mill. Be nice. Two militia. Let's try to get through the door. It's clever. The stone. And what else? Alright, we are lacking that. This is like a professional game now. Right? In we go. 175. Faster.
захир барилгачин
Ooh, so there's side here. Going through the gate is going to be a bit tough, but now there's a geese. Oh no. If that geese rules our plans, then we are doomed. And there you go. We will want to add farms soon enough.
амар минь дүү тийм ээ барилгачин
Ooh, so they're running in. Too bad I can't follow them. But one of these days. Right, so oh yes.
зүйтэй
This is the greatest use of any time ever.
амар минь дүү
Oh no. Oh no. Castle incoming and we are late. So what do we do? We would want to get to the next age too, so but in order to do that we would want to get extra farms.
барилгачин
This is not probably going to be just enough. Oh no. Now if they know how to play the game, we are in a very ill position. Ooh. Can you reach them from here? Not quite. But almost. Which is of course really nice. Right, so we have wasted quite much. Oh no! The defensive mangonel, that's not too bad. What happens after this? So how are we planning to get to the next age then with a play like this? Right, and then just a few can try to get some stone.
амар минь дүү
It's a good idea.
бэлэн байна барилгачин
So there shouldn't be too many things happening without us seeing it, but ooh, well that's nice. Now they are in our eco. So let's get out. You can get villagers over the walls. I didn't know that. Alright, so that's the play. Kreposts. Right. Well, things are suddenly looking dire, but is there any way we can run this time? No, not necessarily, no. Okay, we will just run out then. So a hole has to be made, and then out we go, and then we will right. And then shall guard these to the best of our abilities, and then we will want to get an additional thousander there and an additional thousander where? It's here, why not? Right. And some upgrades. So what now? Some farmers. We are lacking quite a few resources. It's because of this repairing duty that we are on to. So they are soon going to get through. What happens then? Two farmers, yes. right? So what's going on here? Nothing much. What about here? So some defensive constructs have emerged. And we could try to see if we are able to keep them in. Hello. And where do we get more stone then? So they had stone over there. Targans from stables, not too important. More farmers, perhaps. So as Huns, what would we like to do? Monastery? Why not? So there's stone over there. What about here? Want to study our surroundings just a bit. Extra farms, few Tarkans. And then armor for them. Hello, just passing, don't you mind. Hello, hello. Almost. So we are falling behind on scores. To the safety. But let's see if there's a way to get back to the game. That's not always the case, but perhaps this time there is some way. Right, so let's see if we can get rid of that. And then few extra archers, sure, why not? Hello, hello. How do you do? is a defensive mana for now. Alright, we need stone for that. And an extra units, just a few if possible. And oops. Aha. Let's stay there, for example, and then see if we can get that relic and also that relic. And then in we go. Hello, hello, how do we do? Any news? It's a terrible, terrible amount of damage that those things do. Okay, well, we don't want to waste our units like that in the future, so let's think of something else that we can do. Oh no, Imperial Age. And we just forgot to click up. But do they have a castle? Okay, so it's over there. So how do we destroy their... How do we destroy their trebuchets when it comes to that? And what are we going to do? And then we can get more. Gold is soon going to run out, but we could try to utilize soon enough. There's the trebuchet, and the castle is going to go down. But what do they have after that? And do we want to be able to produce Tarkans? Not probably, no. So we need wood. Oh no. Those conics. Might be that they have too many of those for us to actually compete, but let's see. So wood we might need. Now that we chose to play this type of an additional. So what's the keyword for that? Elites, alright. Do we have any other gold besides that? No, we actually don't. It's too bad. So where is our ballistics? It requires so much. Okay, help. Right, so we will need some additional things. Oh, that's our source of gold. I forgot about that. Alright. GG, well played. What a great game that was. So their push was enough for us to not be able to fight against. But does this mean that we should have built our second castle here, perhaps, instead of trying to get back to this original base of ours? And besides, it would have made sense to reroute some archers, for example, here, so we could have prevented them from taking use or making use of the gold. Alright. So, end of the nice streak that we had, but perhaps here we had sort of, well, we had a good eco because they had this clever return to nice siege tower play, appreciated. So siege tower can be used to drop villagers. I don't know if they are in the game anymore, but they only had 2,000, so we could have like think few archers here to prevent the crepost defense instead of running right through it, and then pushing with the castle drop, like second one here, for example. Would have been nice, or here before they had the additional castles or the defensive funds. But okay, so my take from this, of course, is that if we get castle pushed, we will just push them back. But we did a poor job scouting the map. We had stone and gold here available, we just didn't scout that. And it's not necessarily a good thing to leave your base for your opponent. But being such a greedy push of theirs, it could have worked in a sense. So I think even if we had slightly unorthodoxical start, spending our wood on mining camp instead of lumber camp, for example. So is there a reaction of any sort? So there's the siege workshop, yes, 26 up. Two farms. There's the siege tower. It can fit 10 people. It's nice. And we could have ordered everyone back home. Few archers would have made dent to this. Alright, I'll have to take that into account. For some reason I misremembered that, even though I was able to send few villagers over the walls in the previous arena game by accident. So this castle was good. Alright, but of course it took some time to get through the walls, and now we could only move the castle somewhere here-ish, perhaps. So but alright. So we are behind in villagers now, for the reason that they were able to destroy our farm eco. So we should have prioritized that. Few thousand is yes, why not, but we didn't need the coal miners actually. We should have dropped farmers so that we could have kept up with the villager production. And because we are behind in resources collected, yes, and we are behind in score and everything, but the major difference is that we can't queue 5 villagers but only 4, and we have 2000ers, so we should be able to get past them if the game continued in such a state. So here a nice crepost play, but they're also floating resources quite severely. Alright, but it feels like we have found the arena level, so we are basically perhaps around 900 or so arenish players, and then so we are producing. That's nice, but we had map control, but we didn't actually utilize that. We had archers sitting here, so they didn't have too much of an army, 2 conics as it currently stands, but we are not moving out, although it would make sense for us to find and utilize all the resources. So I was expecting them to build a town center here, but that didn't happen. And this was a waste of castle, basically. Yeah, like these creep posts, they are really strong. I was surprised by that. It's just 5 damage per round. Huh. I should have sent villagers in or something. But yeah, having these creposts over here, for example, not creposts, but these Tarkans sent elsewhere would have made more sense. And now we are quite even on villagers. Resource collected we are behind, and map position we are slowly losing now that they are utilizing the... But okay, well, this was more even game than I expected. So we could have made it work, I think, by doing this with a farm drop right away. Alright, so that's inspiring stuff, because next time we will know to do just like that. And now we are like, not only is this this attack is doing work, but we don't feel that we have enough numbers. Although we have resources, so we could have kept on producing. But yeah, we lost the cold villagers because we didn't have a town center here, for example. And we didn't take this gold when we had the chance. We should have taken that instead of taking this. Alright, but perhaps very good practicing game for both of us. So not only us, but Jaruk as well. So I think our reaction to the push, like, we should have of course had more units prepared to prevent the drop, but once that happened we could have just run out, I think. And what? 151? Not that it helped too much, but we would have lost earlier if it wasn't for that. Okay, so the quest for the 1k carries continues. But so in any case, the thing I was trying to say, it's been a long day, is that had we planned our escape from our starting base a little bit better, so that we would have invested to farms as soon as possible instead of gathering stone and gold, for example, that would have allowed us to utilize the 2 town centers versus 1 position in the middle of the map, so that we could have actually perhaps managed to outboom our opponent, and then carefully by harassing their eco in their original base and the page that we left to them, we could have made it so that they would have slowly run out of units and resources as well. Now they created but 10 creposts probably, and we weren't really able to figure out a way to destroy those, not even finding a way to get past them without losing too many units in the process. So it was well defended by them, but we made it easier than it had to be. So let's see what happens now. Saracens, we are against Goths. And let's see if the... What about the shortcuts, the keyboard shortcuts that have been the main aim of the day? Worked really well, I'd like to say, to our benefit. Takes some getting... I presume it takes some time to get used to those, but... Alright. Good luck. Too bad L is so far away. Good luck, good luck. This is showing off that they have the skills to type the letters that are so far, for my left hand at least, on this keyboard setup. So no point complaining when they are able to pull that off. So we are running out of edibles. And last time we had some rough decisions or rough situations because of some decisions that we made, but this time it's obviously going to be very, very different. You could come there perhaps. It's very good. And then some idle time, but that's we almost could have saved that. But some idle time is to be expected at this level, so there are the rest of the goats. And what else? We go there. And well, that went like surprisingly well, because I was afraid that we would kill it with the TC fire, but luckily that didn't happen this time. That's improvement, if I ever saw improvement in my life. Right, so now more woodcutters, yes please. Could we try to get... the house is going to take a while. Okay, let's try that one as well. So what's the plan? Saracens against Goths, so we can expect them to... Archers get extra damage against buildings. We can expect them to try to utilize the power of their military or infantry line, not military. That's almost a given. That we don't have a wonder victory, for example. At our nope. And you could try to go there. And you could try to help that. Or friend of ours. Yes. So not the most perfect lure, but I've seen way worse. I've done things that would terrify people if they knew. Oh. So we are lacking a building. Oh no. Things are going terribly wrong. Okay. So let's get this and then try to find out where our opponent is. There's stone. You could take a look around here perhaps and one more villager and then we go. Alright. Let's see if we get to catch a glimpse of their plans. We will be aiming to no, actually we will want to get gold first. So there. Right. Oh no. That's really not nice. Okay, so they have a stable there, alright. And they are coming our way. Alright. Well then that means that, you know, if they already saw what we had to offer, but we will be going to need a barracks soon. We'll build it there, for example, right? Dun, 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 dun. Right, houses. So we will need to spearmen once we get the houses for them, and then I don't know if losing scouts like that would be the play, but alright. Well, at least we don't need more than that then. Alright, but they've made the damage, so that's alright, of course. And now, what do we want? Is a market. And do we have a lag, or does it just feel like it is slowing down a bit? Okay. Well, not much we can do about it now. So the second building, right. So that, and then we carry on. Now, wheelbarrow is not necessarily the research you want to make before clicking up to the castle age, but that's how we are floating today. So that, okay. So you could go there. You could go there right away. Thank you. And then what do we do? Because not only is our opponent lagging, but they're probably also forming a cunning plan. Could also be that they're already up. They only created 4 scouts, right? 3, 4 scouts. So let's see if there's something going on around here-ish. We have nice farming eco. That's cool. Also get some extra upgrades. Then archers would be nice, but castle here? Probably not. So would we like to defend that or secure that for ourselves? Probably yes. We need more more wood. Ah, birds. Luckily we were first to the... Too bad that their scout is still alive. Well, so what's going on around here-ish? Some more villagers. That's good, but we will need more people on wood. Especially because we have 1,500,000 farms already. Alright. So Imperial Age, a castle and Imperial Age. Yes. That's the play. But first we will need to secure some resources for ourselves. So perhaps you build that there. If that's possible. A bit risky business, but isn't everything? What are the odds of them showing up just now? Castle here, or is it what they're doing? Let's have a look. if possible. Then we will want to build another town center. For example, here-ish. Alright. Still a long way to go. So what are they up to? Probably 3,000 centers already. Have we been producing? Not because we are aiming to the next age. Right, yes, I forgot about that. Right, yes, that's us. Then soon enough we should be floating. Risky business, but what isn't? Then as soon as we get the castle up, let's make it a bit more daring. And see how they react to this. They have plenty of more score, so haven't reacted to this as of yet. So what's our fletching is a good thing to have. Few extra villagers. Let's add a few more stone. Alright. Well, that was a surprisingly good move. So long swords are coming, but when? Remains to be seen. And then few extra farms. Ballistics, yes. And it wouldn't surprise me if they were aiming to the next age as well, but they have been producing some units, so it's not given. Right. So any farmers that we have could help us out a bit. What's going on? It's a castle, right? Alright, and then murder holes. 200. score lead is still so far away. So
أمر بناء
and then murder holes, thank you. Now it would probably also make sense to take a look at the map to see that they are not just enjoying their lives right next to us. Distribution, yes. Thank you very much. And then let's go here instead. Nope. And there's the horde of units of Alright, so we will need a castle quite soonish. Sooner the better. Architecture, yes. Some additional helps as well. Well, they have units, but do they have enough of them? Is probably the question. So we will soon have extra attack, that's nice, but we will want more stone if possible. Because we don't have too much. Oh, we lost the stable, right. Would have been handy. Alright. Next time. Let's see if we can make this happen. So that's going to go fast. Go down fast, but we should still have a chance. Even if they are able to produce so amount of units. Extra helps for them, thank you. So that should still be quite costly endeavor for them. Villagers and everything. Aha! Repair! Ah. You made my day, okay? Then we will want to get new resources no matter what. And then let's just carry on. And that's that. Well, that's cool. So, despite the fact that they had the gods powerhouse, the fact that they weren't able to get to the last age, and that we had murder holes, and luckily Mamelukes that we were able to upgrade to elites too, gave us a significant edge. These defensive castles didn't in the end help, but they were a nice thing to have. Alright. Well, this is neat. And the 1K is so close yet again. Largest army, 11. Just what we needed. But villager high, of course, it seems that it was mostly due to the fact that they lost. Let's see if that's the case. In the process. So what do they do? I'm trying to see if there's enough skill in my head to find out. Their map is really open. So, well, ours is quite open too, but if someone likes the wall, then that's not necessarily like the... And also like the fact that they had this forward gold, of course, but both their additional codes were also forward. I don't know if they realized that, because despite the fact that those units get cheaper, that infantry line, as goals advance in ages, still having your only code as part of your wall towards the enemy, I think it would have made sense to try to get that secured behind the buildings, just wrapping around, aiming towards that cold pile perhaps, and stone pile. And like now, if I had invested into a single archer, we could have denied them from having any gold. Now they're even selling, but that could be part of the build, of course, too. But just really unlucky map for them. And this is a defensive castle, why not? Sure, because we have been in the castle age for quite some time already. But this was the right call this time, having this forward castle that reaches barely soon both of their town centers. Doesn't deny them from having... This could have been just a few tiles closer to the wall too. But okay, so the first losses for them. Seems like this caught them off guard. Their map is really terrible at this stage. Like, no cold that they can get from anywhere. We are now even in villagers, and they can't produce from the barracks, so they are producing, and they are... Alright, because I focused the fire on the house. That was a mistake. Because we could have killed so many long swordsmen. Like the castle automatically did before I gave them an additional order. But now, ta-da! Next one killed. And these still cost gold. But they have been able to produce quite a few of them already. But perhaps like having this spearman there, they knew about the They knew about this gold. Okay, so they didn't know that they could escape to the right. No, I didn't know. I'm well, I'm still doing my best. Can we make this happen? No? No? How is this supposed to work? Like this. Okay, so so this looks better. So they knew about the resources, but having the spearman here might have given them the idea that it's not a route they want to go to. But still, they have 45 units now. We are losing quite much, like not a perfect army control perhaps here, but not here either. So we have 6 Mamelukes defending against this horde, and now I'm investing to Fraser and architecture and not architecture but masonry and even chemistry to get some extra damage. We lost the stable. I was supposed to create or improve our Mamelukes using that. But so here I'm afraid that they might switch their focus to our main base, but luckily we were able to pull the or build the castles in time. And here this does enough damage to one-shot units. So even though there are quite a few of them, the castle is still able to kill 54 already. And because we have a large enough number of villagers, we are able to repair it sufficiently. And also some of the units, it took them a while to locate the castle. And the reinforcements arrive, and now since they are elite Mamelukes, they are a very good unit against even Huskals. Throwing scimitars as a way of getting under your skin. And now the game is all but lost. So they created or had 4 scouts as expected. So very easy or like light pressure in the beginning, and spearman, destroyer of a house. But surprisingly good hold, given that now they are here to utilize that gold. Well, perhaps they thought that having an army of longswords and Huskals would be enough against the castle, especially since people don't, for a good reason I've understood, usually create murder holes. So once you are under the castle, you are able to destroy it quite easily, usually. So I think that was a fair bet to make. But since that failed, it would have also made sense to have a backup plan. And that's why I was afraid that they would arrive or change their focus to our swiftiness. To our town, since usually when someone builds a castle, they don't have a castle at their own base, leaving them vulnerable. So exactly like we were for a while. But so the castle push was the correct play, because if we had a defensive castle, then they wouldn't have been forced to throw their army, the 50-head army, against the castle. They could have just run around the base, destroying everything else. But now that we managed to deny them from the main gold, that was their only gold, that put them very tightly on a timer. good for us, but yet again we got lucky because just like in the previous Nomad game where we dropped our castle just on the right spot to prevent or to deny the two townsenders and the castle that the British opponent there had. That was a lucky guess or a lucky strike, not necessarily a guess even. And here again, besides the fact that just before the game I reminded myself and others that it makes sense to count the gold piles that opponent has and see if there's a chance to pressurize them from some angle. Based on that, we didn't really utilize that. We got just lucky, as is our fond. Then again, good things happen, even lucky things happen sometimes when you do the correct things, so perhaps that's not too bad. So there's not necessarily too much ta-da! There's not too many reasons for us to take away the glory of our victory, even if we got lucky in the process. That's what I'm trying to say. Ethiopians, our dear friend Zura has appealed for this, but to get fast access to archers, but that's not probably something that we are able to pull off. And it's also not likely that I remember it at all after this long hiatus, but you can Google that. Now you know that a build exists for Ethiopian archer play. Clever but deadly. Galimatias playing as Franks. So can we expect archer? So we can expect archers from us, yes, but can we expect scouts from our opponent and then just powerhousing, if possible, to the power of paladins even? Is that too much of a stretch? Right? Dum, dum, dum. Let's see. Dear. Skeleton, yes. That's not what we were looking for. Alright, houses. Good idea. Nice call. Well, they could be anywhere. For example, down there. Let's see how this goes now. After the elephant you go there, alright. Let's see if we have enough skills to fetch or push even a single animal de compagnia to our dear home. So 18 villager up. Okay, one more time. There you go. Thank you very much. And then you are tasked with a very important job of building a house. Thank you. And second one. Sure, why not? Let's see, so sometimes these need shortcuts work and sometimes they don't. Probably a bug in my end, but so that works. Why is that? So these work. Right. What a lame thing to do. Attacking us when we are at our weakest. Alright. So where is our gold? Yes. That's exactly what we will do. So let's get rid of that giraffe. This ostrich, and then we will try to get some gold. Okay, and why don't they work? Just when I was telling, or about to at least, tell how we have managed to create such a great set of shortcuts for our use. But no, of course it can't last. Oh no. That was a bad micro from him, throwing away the nice ponies like that. Alright. But we will take it. And then we are aiming to get to the next age, but we will need a building to help us with that. So that's a building. And then we will need another one.
Au. Enzet verlassning.
We may have lost our scout there, so that's only fair. But then we still need more. You take this and you take that, very good. Because we will want to get the mark at 175. Right, there you go. And then we will go as we please. Alright. And once that's finished, we will go up. So right after this, a villager. Right. All it took was a click. And few extra villagers for the gold, why not? But so they opened with scouts, they are Franks, so more is to be expected from them. You could probably add few spearmen and now it works. Alright, because I was using the wrong key, yes. Well, okay, well don't I now look stupid, huh? No wonder it didn't work. That's good. So let's invest into that. So that, ooh, so we have friendly colors there. Let's create few more just in case. We'll see how they are doing. So we would like to get a castle, right? It makes sense. It's the sensible thing to do. So what they're doing over there. It's going to take a while to get there, so how do we do it? One building at a time. Once that's done, we'll take those farms if possible. Alright. So what else do they have? We would like to get more people on stone eventually. What's their plan? The stone that they are not utilizing, alright. Currently at least. And then squires, why not? Okay, so we can expect to see some knights. And is that? Could be. Right. So our response is to upgrade the armor 2 if we have means for that, and then any day now. We need more people on. Secure that wood line before it's lost. So that's the clear way from which to push. But there are probably others we could try to utilize too. But now we need more stone. Because it seems that they are just aiming to get to the next age, which is of course not stupid. And how come we only have 11 people on farms? Okay, so we will send these. This is a great timing, I would like to say, because we have a good number of what are these barracks around, and then we should be able to get that castle down. Oops. Well, let's so this is a risky business. Let's just build it there and hope that nothing bad happens. We have some people still. So waiting for others to join. Extra damage, yes. Coming from left and right. Good for them. So they noticed this, but do we care about it? Of course we should, but I don't know if we do. If we don't. And back to work we go. And then we need an additional barracks. Good. Ooh, coal mine is there, right? Okay. Now isn't that just neat? Alright, so we have many resources, but not the ones that we really need. So let's see if there's something we can do there. Shuttle warriors, yes. So more farms. Alright, let's try to make that happen. And then mm, 2+1, 2+1, alright. Alright, so we will need more farmers. Let's start with that. Carry on with that. And then we would like to get some buildings. That would defend us against the inevitable. 20 farmers, not enough. Especially since they are probably building forces as we speak. Let's forget about these then. And do we already get... Oopsie, we didn't. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. So we will want to get murder holes, as we have learned from the previous games. And then we will want to get additional farms. Oh no. Is that how we die? Okay, so we can expect them to aim to get to Paladin as soon as possible, and then that will be our downfall. Too bad that all the good units cost food and we don't have too much of that. Gold we do have, so let's change our focus for a while. So we lost too much, as we sometimes do, and we probably are very much behind in numbers currently. That's the right, so let's see if we can kill some of the villagers perhaps. So long the castle stands, we are in the game, but of course it's not going to take too long because Trebuchet is about to appear, and in a situation such as ours it's usually the case that we don't have time to go to the next age, but instead we should try to push with the little forces that we have instead. Oh, we don't have a blacksmith anymore. And do we have enough food for that? No, we don't. So how many monks have they lost so far? To that. Quite a few. But how do we double down? So castle here, right? And then more villagers. Because they are probably building just a huge amount of horses, of course. Hello. The amount of barracks is probably not enough, but that's going to do for now. Because it's going to take a while for their army to get into a better position. So that's how much time we have. Then let's get here if possible. Let's move here too. Some shuttles. So okay, so the play of theirs is going to be paladin, of course. So what we could try to do is, before we are too late, they're only just cavalier as of yet. Alright. Let's see if we can anticipate their next move. Ah, more houses, right. So a castle over there. That's no issue, but we need to get to the next age quite soon. Or quite fast. Or else. Saying that, and then we spend our resources building better tricks for our archers. So we are still quite close in score, so less damage from mounted units. That sounds intriguing. But how do we get more people on gold? Since gold is what we need. Let's go there. Oh, let's come here. Yes, so patrol in, patrol in. Move here. Look for the best. No, we just almost got so nice ways for us to work with, but sadly it was not enough. And what's the archer play here? Let's destroy this if possible. We are basically wasting time now, but for a greater cause. Well, there's very little we can do against that push. I'm afraid. Unless... no. Let's forget about this, but build few stables instead. Ooh, have you been idle for long? Perhaps? And all of a sudden we run out of wood. Alright. I would still state that this was a really nice game, but we played our hand wrongly. We should have pushed their farms and have a like follow-up to the castle drop, I would say. But we got to 50 head army, so that's not bad. And even had the villager high, so if only we had the army composition, there was a comeback mechanism for us. But of course that would have required different type of play from us too. So this was a really traditional Frank's play from my point of view. Just fast castling, like early scout aggression, then fast castling, and trying to get to the hordes of knights, later cavaliers, later paladins. And I think that we put up a solid fight, but we needed, for example, the archers, especially since we noticed at a certain point that we were lacking food to produce army units after they had raided our farms. It is like the odd things, like we lost one villager, they lost 3 scouts or so. 4 scouts to 1 villager can't be worth it, but we didn't capitalize on that too greatly. Of course we had our difficulties during the game, so let us be forgiven. Perhaps we will be forgotten too, but forgiven at least. So 3 stable knights play. Yeah. Oh. This would be really nice if it wasn't Frank's, because this I may not be the level of player to stop this without losing much. Trying to defend, but it's just a really presumable course of action. But yeah, so we should have sent, we should have built a castle here on top of the production buildings. That's what we learned. So of course we are 20 villagers behind, but getting them out of the cold is alright. But despite the fact that they had the knights producing here and there, we should have had perhaps few more villagers, few more pikemen here, and then drop a castle here, like we initially planned, but then we decided against it so that it wouldn't get destroyed right away. But now it's a weak castle because we don't destroy the stables. They would have had, of course, means to produce extra from, like, build extra stables if need be. But this was the, if we had a castle here, we would have had vision, of course, about as well of the use of the secondary cold here. So that should have been our next target instead of pushing into their base. So, as we mentioned after the previous game, knowing the resources of our opponents would have helped. So this was like nonsense move, pressuring here. If you had archers, why not, like, idling the farms, but few pikemen is not enough to do any dent there. But of course we are also only on 35 villagers, so their macro is so much better. We lost, oh, we have killed 13 villagers too. Well, and we lost 17, so the villagers we lost we couldn't really afford to lose. So, and as soon as we had enough stone, we should have dropped the castle here, for example, because for a while they were pushed away from utilizing the cold, because the third cold was here behind us. Huh. Who knew? So our map position was quite good, but there, and perhaps we should have so we are now even in villagers. If we clicked up to Imperial Age instead of queuing all these units, we would have had a chance to force the fight, especially with the good archers that we had. So now we were just falling behind in material and in resources. Oh, we were also missing the what is horse collar and then irrigation or something, and then crop rotation. So but we have a villager lead, so that's nice. And the score was looking better. But yeah, if we had realized the cold mines, like that having this castle here would have denied them from having 2 colds, and then we could have forced the issue here with few archers, with few pikemen, while destroying their production here. It would have been worthy thing to try. That's that. Not too bad. And like if we were able to with a few, perhaps instead of siege rams, few mangonels would have been better to give them some pressure, these range units, but in any case a worthy match and worth a quick rematch of this sort. The castle drop was really good. That threw them off the game, because their game plan was to get to cavalry or to paladin eventually, and then work it from there. So that's as dull as a plan it sounds. That's still enough if the opponent doesn't play to their strengths, and I don't think we did. Well, but it was the best we could do today at this hour. Alright, let's have a really short break and then try to play a game or two, perhaps, now that we are on streak of losing streak this time, but still not too shabby. I'll be back in a few minutes, so enjoy your wait if possible. So I just mentioned how playing the Franks the way they are intended to is possibly a quite dull way to do it, but then I thought about the fact that this is sort of like a good practice for me to get to know the strengths of the different civilizations, especially if they are played to their strengths, as we witnessed just a while ago. So, on second thought, I think it makes sense, or it's beneficial for us. So it's good thing if we happen to face Franks that just play towards the paladin move instead of facing Franks who try to play archers. Because now so long people do plays like that also tells that our own game is not demanding enough that it would force them to adjust, basically. At least that's how I read the situation here. So if we had a killer combination of archers and few spearmen perhaps, then it might have been that they would be forced to drop the paladin play, or a huge amount of monks. I don't know if they would do that at this level, like two people adjust their plays, I don't know. But we as Romans, and now we get to see how Ethiopians can be played. Oh, what a great stalling tune. So or one way to play. So perhaps there's something preventing the control modifier of my keyboard to function, and that's the reason I'm having these odd moments where the shortcuts don't seem to work. Oh. Needs further research. So we as the Romans
Impera.
we get
Salve. Salve. Dolligo.
all the greatest
Pronto. Dolligo.
Pronto. Salve. Stim faziano.
advantages you can ask for.
Salve. Venor.
Salve is Italy or Italian and means hi.
Salve. Conte stim faziano.
How nice it though? How nice is that? Yes.
Venor.
Salve. You heard it from here first. Alright, and you were supposed to get this, right? Okay. So where is the pack of a deer? Ah! Of course it's over there. No. Balloon's not bad, but it's of course something that we don't need ever. Evo.
Colligo.
Well, now I can't unhear the salve. That's the sad magic of learning languages. And once you know some language, it's harder to pretend that you don't understand what's being said. Now, like if someone's insulting someone in Finnish, for example, it might be very awkward position for me to defend anyone. Being a very mean person myself too, but if it happens in Finnish, it's hard to act as if I'm not understanding what's going on. But if someone insults someone in Russian, and I'm more or less clueless, since my vocabulary only consists a word or two or so. But now, if someone says hello in Italian or other perhaps Latin-based language, then I might just hear hello and wonder that it's quite odd that these sounds have origins in a reality. Carnivo. But that doesn't mean that I'm very good in Italian as of yet, at least, because I don't think there's anything else I can understand. Impera. Right. Next age, yes, we are doing it. So where is the opponent of ours?
Venor. Venor. Colligo.
Salve, impera. Salve.
Salve indeed.
Edifico. Impera.
Salve. Eus. Prontus. Salve.
Edifico.
Prontus. Impera. Colligo. Salve.
This is also a very good reason to try to practice Italian, for example, so that I could understand even more. And eventually it would be nice to know more or less all of the things spoken in this game, because it can't be too difficult. Alright, we need houses, right.
Salve, lignor. Edifico. Lignor. Eus.
Salve.
Salve. Impera.
Let's try to be fast with that, and then we will build the barracks. Good. So our opponent has been not necessarily harassing us from the get-go, but they have been more active than some of the previous opponents.
Edifico. Impera. Edifico.
Run! Then taking or utilizing the heal bonus. Everything is going according to their wicked plans. And we still don't know where they are. But no worries. So houses, right. We will surprise them with a fast hand cut. Let's see if we can make this happen. Salve! Do we need additional buildings? Wouldn't hurt. So don't need to do there, but
Edifico. Colligo.
Tibi serpio.
house walls.
Recte. Salve.
Alright, so can we expect archer play from them? Probably yes. How long is it going to take? Well, we got to play scorpions, so that's even better, of course.
Prontus.
So they should have very little going for them themselves. Right, let's spend some money here and there.
Impera. Edifico. Eus. Edifico.
And then
Lignor.
there we go.
Salve. Edifico.
Impera.
Few extra farms
Impera.
and
Eus.
Salve. Edifico.
Pronto.
this is enough. Please.
Colligo.
Right.
Pronto. Eus.
Salve.
Now what?
Eus. Edifico. Edifico. Fodio. Prontus.
Prontus.
Edifico. Fodio.
Impera. Edifico.
Eus.
Salve. Recte.
Okay, archers, we can sense them happening. Ooh, archers coming our way. Alright, well this is good news.
Lignor. Confestim facam.
So let's go over... There is no
Salve.
gold anywhere. Okay, well let's run in any case.
Salve.
Eo.
To the safety. They could have seen us, but I don't know if they did.
Eus. Prontus. Edifico.
Eus. Recte.
Alright,
Prontus.
Fodio.
Salve. Eo. Impera.
Impera. Fodio.
Prontus.
so Castle Age is upon us.
Confestim faciam. Confestim faciam.
Impera.
Recte. Confestim faciam. Eo.
Salve.
Recte. Eo. Fodio. Fodio. Prontus.
Recte. Confestim facam. Eus.
Alright,
Prontus.
Impera. Salve.
so we need people on wood.
Salve.
Impera. Fodio. Lignor.
Prontus.
Recte. Confestim facam.
Oh no.
Recte.
Eus. Prontus.
Eus.
Well, luckily they are still missing some.
Prontus. Eo. Impera. Salve. Prontus.
Confestim faciam. Impera.
Eo. Edifico. Eus. Confestim facam. Recte. Impera. Salve. Prontus.
Prontus. Eo. Salve.
Impera. Recte.
Salve. Lignor. Eus. Salve.
Salve.
Extra reach would be nice.
Recte. Confestim faciam. Recte.
Oh, they have walled that off. Alright.
Confestim faciam. Recte.
So what is there left for us to utilize them? That, right?
Eus. Lignor. Impera.
Salve. Lignor. Eus.
Confestim faciam.
Salve. Impera.
Prontus.
Mm,
Salve. Confestim faciam.
Salve.
run.
Eus. Impera. Eo. Salve.
Right. So we still have the
Prontus.
slight lead
Impera.
in a fashion that they don't have them.
Salve.
Okay, let's build it there. That they don't have. What is it?
Salve.
Castle Age. Working for them,
Eus.
but it's not going to take too long, of course, for them to reach it. So, and we are housed, and they found us. Oh no!
Recte. Prontus.
Run!
Confestim faciam. Salve. Eus.
Salve. Confestim faciam. Recte. Eo. Salve. Edifico.
Franciamma.
Impera. Eo. Pronto. Confestim faciam.
Then we will go there. Very good.
Eus.
And then, do we get a chance to?
Impera.
Impera.
Only barely.
Eus. Salve. Impera. Salve. Salve.
So you go here,
Edifico.
build a few
Edifico. Edifico.
farms. Why not? And then
Eus.
more stone.
Podio.
That's too bad.
Prontus. Edifico.
So did they leave an archer here?
Impera. Eo.
Well, they didn't.
Podio.
The scouts just went past. Alright. That's too bad.
Eus. Edifico. 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 Impera. Recte.
Run.
Salve.
Limere. Salve. Eo. Salve. Confestim faciam.
To the safety.
Salve. Podio.
Salve. Edifico. Edifico.
So
Prontus. Impera. Confestim faciam.
no, run.
Impera.
There's more stone there.
Edifico.
So can we make that happen? Oh no, things are looking really dire.
Edifico. Salve.
Edifico.
All of a sudden. Now they're sitting there, alright. And the only thing we are lacking is actually just farms, so
Impera.
it's not too bad. Some upgrades of course would help too.
Eus.
Podio. Eus.
Few houses.
Podio. Pronto.
But soon we will get to the scorpions, because that's the reason we are here. So don't worry, we haven't forgotten about that.
Impera. Edifico. Eus. Edifico.
Little do they know that all these
Eus. Salve.
units will be weak against our
Salve.
great scorpion play as soon as we get there, but
Pronto.
because currently it's looking like we are a few steps behind. So a defensive castle,
Eus.
well, yeah, sure, why not? Somewhere like here, for example, and then we can carry on.
Eus. Impera.
Then extra towns on us. Good. Extra reach would also be a very welcome addition to our toolbox, but well,
Eus.
Salve. Recte. Salve.
everything happens eventually
Eus. Edifico. Impera.
at their own space, at their own pace too. All right.
Prontus.
So that's gone now, but let's see if we can.
Edifico. Edifico.
Eus.
fetch enough resources to build.
Edifico.
Oh no, they are back.
Impera. Erecto.
Get in. Get in.
Prontus.
Right. And now the thing we are lacking is
Eus.
basically skirmishers would
Edifico.
protect us against everything that they have as of yet. So it's not a shameful play to add a few of them. There's nothing to be
Prontus.
ashamed of in playing skirmishers, because we usually neglect that. See if we can get that.
Salve.
And then we would like to get university, and then just
Ligno.
few extra wood colors. Sure.
Salve.
Edifico. Prontus.
So where is their weak spot? Do they have any? Perhaps they don't. Scouting, that's very wise. How much is it? 150, right?
Impera.
Edifico.
Eus.
So let's do it.
Impera.
Alright. Then let's add another castle.
Tibi servi. Salve. Recte. Salve. Recte.
Let's see if we can make
Salve.
this happen.
Edifico.
Impera.
Salve.
So ballistics and murder hosts just in case. Extra armor, why not? And then eventually we are going to get to the ballista play.
Prontus. Edifico.
Scorpions far faster, yes. That's exactly what we need.
Salve.
Salve. Impera. Edifico.
Eus. Impera.
Edifico.
Eus. Edifico. Salve.
Eus.
Alright, but things are looking a little grim on that front. That
Reclinior.
Salve.
Eus. Linior.
what's going on? Well, we lost just a few units. So
Tibi
nothing too
servi.
major. Nothing to be afraid of. It's still our game to lose or
Prontus.
win,
Edifico.
but score-wise, of course, it
Impera.
could be that.
In facial. Collide. Salve. Edifico. Impera. Pronto. Edifico.
They could be getting to the next age quite soon.
Tibi servi. Impagna.
Oh no.
Salve. Edifico.
Eus.
Right, and then we will need
Edifico. Edifico. Podio.
siege workshop, right? A few houses,
Edifico. Edifico.
an
Edifico.
additional
Lignor.
building of all types.
Edifico. Impera. Edifico.
These cards would be good addition to.
Impera.
Tibi servi.
Few ballistas. Oh no.
Eus.
our worst fear has occurred.
Prontus. Salve. Edifico.
Roman light cavalry is the
Eus.
punishing play that's going to follow after. Okay, so they have 20,000 trillion
Tibi Servio.
units of various sorts
Eus.
coming right for us. Sending a knight. A castle. Alright. So that's how we are spending our
Salve. Edifico. Edifico.
resources. Just holding. Don't you mind. And then a ram or two would be nice, but
Edifico. 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 Edifico.
so they don't necessarily have units to raid us with. At least not for a while.
Veno. 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 Ligno. Efficio.
We are also lacking units with which to do much. So better armor would be nice. Few extra farms would be nice. And then eventually we should be getting to the next age too, because we don't want to repeat the same mistake we did the last time. Two horses. Hello, hello, how do we do? How are things in our...
Salve. Edifico.
Hello, how do we do? And the push is real. Oh, we don't need to go there so much. The one bell has been rang. Alright, few extra units would be nice. Let's spend some resources on that too.
Salve. Edificos.
Edifico.
Oh, alright, so this is the moment. Ah, and just like that, the push is dead. Isn't this nice? Okay, so the only thing lacking now is solid amount of units, but of course can't ask for everything. Can we now? And then we could probably try to get back to the game by doing these sorts of things.
Salve.
So the push wasn't totally dead, but it is only a matter of... Oh, no. Oops. Was my mistake. Sorry about that. So let's try to get a few ponies of our own to help with the rest of the tasks. See?
Fodio. Salve. Edifico. Impera.
Little ponies, very good. Let's keep an eye on that. Better rams would be nice, and the scorpions, yes. Architecture, why not? Better armors, yes. Camels? No, don't know how to play the game. But luckily, we will also be able to produce. Cavalier is only on its way, but it's alright. We will get there eventually. So, armor, yes, and so now that the push this gets, it's very likely that they will attack us where it hurts, but we will just see how that goes. We still have some units left for us to utilize, so Almost. But not quite. So the push wasn't quite as good as we were hoping for. Ooh! We could have a few punctures of our own. Well, things are looking dire all of a sudden. Raiding camels and everything. So, well played. So we were able to throw them off perhaps for 15 seconds with this forward of ours, but BP Hodsito was not one to be fooled around with. Let's see. Not just army, they took better care of the units, and also they had more villagers. So our approach of booming is still it leaves us one thing, and we didn't get to do many ballistas, or what are those, scorpions, despite the fact that that would have been the play. Clearly. I think we lost the game by letting their archers dance around our base so freely. I think it is very difficult game to come back from after that. And it's only because we are still practicing the game that we even tried. So what we should probably do is to invest a few skirmishers in a situation like that. Or well, they had 10 archers. But still, the idle TC time, resources collected, despite the Roman bonus, it's going to be very bad very quickly. So it's like large walls to protect their eco, even back cold and back stone this time. And then they are very actively. We've only lost one villager, that's quite good. And we were faster to the castle age, but we are 3,000 behind in resources collected, and I don't think we had a really good idea about what to do. So perhaps this would have been the moment, like this castle here. 26 archers already. Using the market too. Good for them. So this bought us time, but the castle could have been here if we had army to support it. And I don't think we had any means to contesting the map at this stage. And now all of a sudden we have lost 5 villagers. So we should have probably thought of a plan. That would have helped. If we have more villagers, they are not just as efficient necessarily. And now they're adding the 30,000 too. So yeah, we were lucky that we were able to pull this off before their army regrouped. And the base is really secure as well. Doing their best not to lose the game. It's very good. So now they're up to Imperial Age. 36 archers. I don't know, perhaps if we did have 22 skirmishes is enough in a sense, so we could have tried to find their archers when we had that small group gathered. Now we are again behind in villages, so and of course we are doing really great researches yet again. I'm just curious to see whether that gave us a chance to get back to the game, or was it just postponing the inevitable. So they have lost 4 villagers and they are ringing the bell. But we don't have, we still have a handful of army, if that, and then we are a little bit ill-timed attacking there, because we didn't realize that the archers went back. Yeah, 5 kills and there would be a few more. The archers are here, and now we should have already attacked the castle there. 8 kills and we are 7 villages behind. So this was neat in a sense that we are now leading an eco distraction, but we didn't take too good of a care in destroying the we weren't here to focus on the pikemen, so they got to destroy our rams very quickly here. Using the ballistas and everything. Not great. A really nice push. But we could have used the gold to buy ourselves to the Imperial Age. Like if we were there now, we had the villager lead. The only thing lacking, or the most important thing in my mind lacking here, is the army composition, because we are still fighting with Castle Age army. If those were siege rams, then that would have been a different story, but we are still a minute and a half away from that. And but it was nice to see that we were able to get back to the, we are getting foothold, so to say, in the game. We should have just carried on with like whatever cavalry here, for example, despite the fact that they had pikemen just a moment earlier. But a good game, and a game that was winnable if only we did the siege workshop, for example, or few skirmishers, especially against an archery siege, because this was quite, yet again, perhaps quite typical Ethiopian play. So we knew what to expect and weren't really able to put much dent on that. We could have also tried to push them from here instead of going against the castle. Like earlier again. Yet again, we are wasting few minutes before we are making the move. But then again, this was a really difficult game, of course. Now we are wasting the ramps there when they could have been here. Not that it might have necessarily done too much of a difference, but luckily we were floating cold. It was just a problem of lacking the buildings, so we weren't utilizing. I think the score gave too much credit for them for killing so much of our units. I think that's an eco. So I was wrong, but yeah, I killed at ratio. I think we still had a fighting chance. If we did have a composition, like anything. Well, that's a very promising site, yet again. So might be that we lost, yes, but we also did manage to stay in the game for quite some time, and we had like with a better game sense we could have clawed our way back to the game. I think at least that's how it felt in the end. Could be that our opponent would have just outsmarted us if we tried to do some clever moves like the scorpions, well, camels. I don't know if we actually needed to raid with cavalry to begin with. Like having 50 skirmishes would have probably been better, especially when we are fighting under the towns and the fire. That would have still idled their eco, and that's the main target there. Whereas having cavalry rush to their fields feels nice, but we weren't able to find any easy killings there, since they had the 3-4 thousanders up in place already. So that was a misplay, because we wasted the resources we could have spent getting to the Imperial Age there. Without the cavalry play, it's just like if you wanted to create another flank or another front, 2 archery ranges or 3 archery ranges, skirmishers, and then rushing their base with that would have forced reaction and idled their eco, and then we could have tried to push from the other side. So like tactically speaking, I think it was a solid idea. Execution could be better, of course, but it wasn't bad. And that's a huge thing at this hour. To not have a bad play. Even if it has some questionable parts in it. Byzantines against Ecumens. So, Ecumens, I know the drill these days. Right. The Ecumens will aim to get the second Townsender up and running. And we are trying to stop that. If possible. Which usually is not. because arena is really hard. But then again, Byzantines or Byzantines is one of the greatest all-around civs I've come to realize, or someone has stated that. So I want to believe. Oops. What? Huh. I'll have to fine-tune my settings any day now. Some good colors, why not? Dear lovers. Well, some things I've noticed during the last few. It's not too great. Days of playing is that arena, even though it's very difficult for us, despite our superior build orders and bravery, all around bravery, it doesn't feel as stressful as it did in the past. Oops, well, I was trying to save him, but that was impossible because he saved himself. Very good. Well jumped, dear villager. So let's see if there's a chance to move about with these two. So what now? The second boar is probably... We ate the deer. So we probably still have boar somewhere, right? Or there's a chance that it's just done. Ah, right. There was a chance that I wouldn't have remembered. And it wasn't that far off. Well, nice try. One villager too many. Shooting the arrows and trying to save few seconds of idle time there. Things have been worse. Trust me when I say. Please, okay then. Up we go. Instead, go here. Okay, and then national house, why not? dun.
Ein. Correct. Quando.
This is nice. So we get some. Oh no! Run! The safety of the walls. Oh, humans. Luckily we will soon be... Oh no! They beat us to it. And they saw our barracks, which is very good. Because now they think that we are utilizing that, and that's good. Actually we are not. Or sort of, yes we are, because we would like to get a spear. Oh no! How can they, during times of need such as this? Right? So to the rescue. So now they are expecting us to castle drop them at any given moment. Which is a really good fear to have. Right, some upgrades, yes. So how do we play this for reals? We will try to save some wood. Some wood in the future, yes. And so wheelbarrow, that's the play. And we would like to get some additional sources of wood here as well, so because otherwise this is going to take forever, and they are going to boom. Which is their birthright, of course. Goodbye. Ooh! Now they've done it. Alright. Ah, this is the greatest day of my life. Alright, so. More people there, why not? A few farms. But then we would like to get some upgrades. Hello. That's the second thousand, right? Few extra PS there. Skirmisher play is coming next. Right? Oh, but the barracks? Why would that be the case? Isn't that odd? Now this is exciting all of a sudden. Perhaps we have few too many archers queued up. Oh, that was one way to play it. Alright, so are we ready to go up soon? We should be, so let's do that and then carry on with other responsibilities afterwards. A few extra archers here and there. Hello. Additional tower is required. So extra defense would be nice. And then we try to move there, perhaps, so that we are ready to drop the castle soonish. This one here, and the rest there. Few extra archers, sure. Go. So just in time to stop that thing from hurting us. See, how can we shoot them? Remove. Then the other thing that we are going to need is university and few houses. Right. So that castle is going to cost them quite a bit. Of course they can pull it off, but right, so murder holes, ballistics, yes. Some extra armors to our beloved soldiers. Run! Right, so then more people on stone. And then some extra just here. Back you go. So how much stone do we need actually? All of it. Ooh, a second castle, right? Let's see if we can make something happen against that. Those are still building. That one's still building. He's building. Many. Oh. Right, and back you go. 5-6 extra range, so that's good. But this is even better. No. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Alright, so what do we need? Imperial Age, of course, yes. More villagers would be nice. Some move colors, why not? This is done, we can move there. Alright, so let's verify that they are actually cornered the slightest. Okay, so few of you could perhaps move there. How do we do? And then how do we want to do this? Here. Sure. Few extra units if possible. So we should have quite a good hold of the game due to the fact that they have lost so many units already. Not giving up. Okay, for them. That's the spirit. But does this mean that they are also so they have a plan of sorts, but I don't know what sort of plan it might be. We get through that. Trample damage. Ooh, that's what we need. And then we need chemistry. Everything costs. Right? Well, I don't think we have lost too much for the last minutes, so thank you. Ooh. Well, that can't have lasted too long. So where is the next castle going to appear? Here? Or no, let's build it there instead. And perhaps move a little part of our army there. 400, okay, so that's there. They could reach the villagers there if they wanted to, so let's move back instead. I think it's the responsible thing to do. Okay, so they have a few rams, but just that, so shouldn't be a problem because we have just a few melee units to stop them from advancing. And all this havoc was due to the fact that they accidentally opened the gate. small things, but admirable defense.
Impero?
We were lacking building there. This is the first time I've played arena that worked out like this, like where we were in control, at least seemingly in control. Oh wait, that's a lie, because the other arena game we have won in the past was quite similar in that fashion. So the villager high was there, and then the castle managed to separate some of them from their lives. So there has been 2 arena games where I felt that we have a chance, or that it's our game to lose. So it doesn't happen all too often. House right next to coal mine, that's unfortunate. Mill 1 tile away from the nearest bush. Deer pushing, not losing boars. 2000 of fire, it's very good. Fighting our scout, and then checking out what we are doing, but not reacting to that in any visible fashion besides housewalling everything. So I'd like to say that this game was decided by this accidental gate opening moment here. But of course they should have had ways to come back even after this. Like instantly walling this off or something like that. Which they partially tried, but then they got distracted by something. Oh, the town bell. But that also tells me that the opponent may not be the most advanced AoE player out there as of yet, while not knowing about Alfiebu's history. Still, like, I think one of the plays could have been to add archery range and few skirmishers if they wanted to get rid of the spearmen keeping the gate open. Now this wall off is nice, but it's quite far away, so that leaves us ample room for castle drop as soon as we reach the castle edge, which takes a while because we have been investing heavily, and we also didn't have the greatest eco balance. And this was a surprising move. Perhaps if they had the tower here, that just sent 10 villagers, 20 villagers, build a tower here. At least force the gate shut. So even if I move some units under the tower to be sort of safe and protect them, or damage the tower while they are at it. If they had the tower right there and 10 here, the amount of units that we had, 5 or so, wouldn't have been enough to stop 10-20 villagers from building a tower, and then that push would have died. Since they have double the villagers now. I don't know if this was yet again due to the fact that being humans they wanted to play cavalry units. But just a handful of skirmishers would have been enough. Then again, this is the very similar type of play that I tend to have, so that, and even if they just deleted a house, the amount of knights they had might have been better than the little pikemen that we had to throw against them. And here eco kill death ratio 21, 24 to 0 so far. And all of a sudden we are only 11 villages behind. They are very patiently queuing up more, whereas we sometimes forget about the principles. But this goes to show that even a inferior eco, although we have only gathered 3,000 left, less than them. So it's what, 20% or a little less than 20%. So a major thing, yes, but since they don't have skirmishers to drive us away with, we can quite easily rest on our laurels, and then they are losing more villagers due to this castle drop attempt, which eventually succeeds, but now they are behind in village numbers. Took them quite a while, but that sort of risky plays are usually, I think that's what they should have done just earlier. Rush the tower here if you have nothing else, so just rush with your villagers and kill the military units with your villagers. 59. Now we have a solid eco, but for some reason this base is still looks nicer, even if it's less crowded now. But also, having these many units idle in the castle can't be good. So now it's starting to feel like this is our game to lose, because they have lost so many villages. I didn't realize it's 66, so they have already created over 100 villages. But now it's starting to show that they are forced really thin, and the game still lasts for quite some time because I'm not instantly creating trebuchets. I'm not creating too much of anything, just a few upgrades. We still have militia somewhere on the field. Alright, yeah, keeping the gate open, that's very important. That's our blood vein. And it's still going to take a while, despite pikeman upgrades and everything. But if this gate was closed for some reason, then our game would have instantly moved that much more difficult. And now the rams are a bit late and took them a while to destroy the house. And then that was that. But quite nice hold from their part. Because for some reason I thought that we would be able to finish the game faster, but I don't know. The Cumans 2 town centers is still, especially if one knows how to play them, it gives them quite a nice eco boost. There are 2 towns in the play with 24 farmers. They have lost quite a few of their farms already, but they used to have that many quite some time ago. Alright, well, I'm happy that the game went like this, so there's that at least. And thanks Alfievu for level-headed combat. We had our starting stone and 1 neutral stone. That was theirs. Cold denied, and then there's few piles. So 3. 600 gold left. Because that's their 3rd gold. Okay, so the early spearman play was surprisingly clever based on results. But oh, and they really played fast too. Huh. Alright, well, let's hope we face each other again in the future. Now, I think this is it for us for the day. We closed close to 1000, but still are in a worse position competition wise than we were before we started this journey. But good things or good takeaways. We were able to win an arena with luck, of course, but that's good. We lost all the Black Forests, I believe, and Arabias were 50-50. Nomad we were able to win, and in the end, of course, we lost more than we won, but that's how life is when we are trying to share what we have with others. But with these thoughts, there's more practicing to be commencing, and let's see if that happens in the nearest future. Thank you all for your time, and hope you have a splendid day ahead of you, or ongoing, or behind you, as is my case. See you in the nearest future. Bye.